Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The evening sun painted long shadows through the forest as Dutch Vanderlyn stood at the edge of their hidden camp, watching smoke rise from the distant town of Haven's Rest. 3 weeks they'd been here, laying low after their last job had drawn unwanted attention. But what had started as a temporary hideout was becoming something more, a chance to make a real difference. Perhaps even prove that his philosophy of freedom and justice wasn't just empty rhetoric. Still thinking about what that school teacher told us, Hosea Matthews approached quietly, his weathered face carrying its usual mix of wisdom and concern. Dutch nodded slowly, his dark eyes never leaving the distant smoke plumes. Children going hungry while grain rots in warehouses, families driven from their homes by false debts, a whole town slowly choking under corporate greed. His voice hardened. "It ain't right, Hosea." "No, it ain't," Hosea agreed carefully. "But we're outlaws, Dutch, not revolutionaries. Getting involved in local politics." "Politics?" Dutch turned, passion filling his voice. "This isn't about politics. It's about justice. About standing up for folks who can't stand up for themselves." He gestured toward the town. "That railroad company, the Whitmore Corporation, they're destroying lives, corrupting officials, using the law as a weapon against the very people it's meant to protect." Hosea studied his old friend's face, recognizing the familiar fire building there. "You're planning something." "Maybe I am." Dutch smiled, but there was steel beneath the charm. "Remember what you always say about teaching folks to fish? Well, maybe it's time we taught these people how to fight back against those who'd keep them hungry." Their conversation was interrupted by approaching hoofbeats. Arthur Morgan rode into camp, returning from his scouting mission to town. The young outlaw dismounted smoothly, his expression troubled. "Railroad men are at it again," Arthur reported, serving more eviction notices, claiming folks signed over property rights they never agreed to. Sheriffs backing them up, of course. Dutch's jaw tightened. "The school teacher, Miss Sullivan. Her family's farm?" "On the list," Arthur confirmed. "Got till end of the week to clear out. Her father's talking about fighting back, but..." He shrugged grimly. "Company's got hired guns watching the place." "Then perhaps it's time someone watched the watchers." Dutch turned back to Hosea. "You always said we should use our skills for more than just survival. Help folks who deserve it." "I meant small kindnesses," Hosea protested. "Not taking on a whole corporation." But Dutch was already moving, that familiar energy radiating from him as plans formed. "Arthur, gather the others. Time we had a family meeting." Soon the whole gang assembled around the main campfire. Arthur and John Marston, Bill Williamson, young Jenny Kirk, and the rest. Even Pearson left his cooking pot to listen, as Dutch outlined what he'd learned about Haven's Rest and the Whitmore Corporation's systematic takeover of the region. "They're building a new America," Dutch declared, pacing as he spoke. "One where money is the only law, where ordinary folks are nothing but cattle to be herded and culled for profit. But we, he paused for effect, we have a chance to show these people that resistance is possible, that they don't have to submit to tyranny dressed up as progress. What exactly are you suggesting? Jemmy asked, leaning forward intently. Dutch smiled, warming to his theme. First, we gather information, learn which officials are in Whitmore's pocket, find their weak points. Then we start applying pressure, subtle at first, but increasing. Show the townspeople that these corporate vultures aren't invincible. And if things turn violent, Hosea interjected. Then we'll be ready, Dutch replied firmly. But violence isn't the goal. We're here to liberate minds as much as property, help folks see they have the power to stand up for themselves. As Dutch continued outlining his vision, even Hosea found himself drawn in by the eloquence and seeming righteousness of the cause. This was Dutch at his most compelling, when his natural charisma aligned perfectly with a genuine desire to fight injustice. The next morning, Dutch rode into Haven's Rest alone, cutting an impressive figure on his gleaming white Arabian. The town was exactly what Arthur had described, a once prosperous farming community showing signs of decay. Whitmore Corporation signs dominated the main street, while shabby-looking locals hurried about their business, eyes downcast. Dutch's first stop was the schoolhouse, a modest building on the town's edge. Sarah Sullivan, the young teacher who had first told them about the town's troubles, was just dismissing her students for lunch. "Mr. van der Linde," she greeted him cautiously. "I didn't expect to see you in town." "Please, call me Dutch," he dismounted smoothly. "Been thinking about what you told me regarding your family's situation. Perhaps we could discuss it further." Sarah glanced around nervously before nodding. Inside the schoolhouse, she explained how Whitmore had slowly taken control of Haven's Rest, buying key properties, installing friendly officials, manipulating land records, until they controlled virtually every aspect of town life. "My father's farm is one of the last independent holdings," she finished. "They've tried everything, threats, bribes, even forging documents claiming we defaulted on loans we never took. And the law does nothing." Sarah's laugh held no humor. "Sheriff Cooper does whatever Whitmore tells him. Same with the mayor, the bank manager, anyone with real authority." Dutch listened intently, his mind working through possibilities. What if someone stood up to them, showed folks another way? "Like who?" Sarah asked bitterly. "Nobody here has the power to fight a corporation. Power comes in many forms, Miss Sullivan." Dutch's voice carried quiet conviction. "Sometimes all people need is hope. A spark to light the fire of resistance." Before Sarah could respond, a commotion erupted outside. They emerged to find several well-dressed men confronting an elderly farmer in the street. "Contracts clear as day, Miller," one man was saying. "You agreed to sell at the assessed value." "Never sign nothing," the farmer protested. "That ain't my signature on your papers." "Sheriff's already validated the documents." The Whitmore man smiled coldly. "You have until sunset to clear your property, or we'll be forced to take alternative measures." Dutch's hand tightened on his gun belt, but he forced himself to remain still. Not yet. First, they needed to understand exactly how deep the corruption ran. Over the next few days, Dutch and his gang gathered intelligence methodically. Arthur and John posed as itinerant workers, picking up gossip in the saloon. Jenny charmed her way into clerical positions, accessing records that revealed the full scope of Whitmore's manipulation. Bill and the others watched the corporation's hired guns, learning their patterns and weaknesses. Most importantly, Dutch himself began building connections with key townspeople, shopkeepers squeezed by Whitmore's price controls, farmers facing eviction, workers whose wages were garnished for imaginary debts. He listened to their stories, offered sympathy and encouragement, and gradually planted seeds of resistance. "Man's got a gift," Arthur commented to Hosea one evening as they watched Dutch holding court around the town's saloon. "Way he talks makes folks believe anything's possible." "That's what worries me," Hosea replied quietly. "Dutch always believes in his causes. Question is, what happens when reality doesn't match his vision?" The answer began emerging sooner than expected. Word reached them that Whitmore's men were planning to seize the Sullivan farm the next day, using forged documents to claim immediate possession. Dutch called an emergency meeting at their camp. "We can't wait any longer," he declared. "Time to show these corporate thugs that the people of Haven's Rest won't be bullied." "What's the play?" Arthur asked. Dutch outlined his plan. They would catch Whitmore's men in the act of forcing the Sullivans out, expose their forged documents, and rally the townspeople to resist. Simple, direct, minimal violence needed. But things rarely went as smoothly as Dutch's speeches suggested. The confrontation at the Sullivan farm started well enough. Dutch's gang arrived just as Whitmore's men were trying to force their way into the house. Sarah's father stood his ground on the porch, shotgun raised, while Dutch's eloquent accusations about forged documents and corporate corruption drew a growing crowd of townspeople. Then Sheriff Cooper arrived with his deputies, all firmly in Whitmore's pocket. The situation escalated quickly as more armed men appeared on both sides. Dutch tried maintaining control through sheer force of personality, but tension crackled like lightning before a storm. "Think carefully about your next move, Sheriff," Dutch called out, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent yard. "These good people are watching. They know the truth about who you really serve." "Only law I serve is the law," Cooper replied, though his eyes shifted nervously. "And the law says this property belongs to Whitmore Corporation." "Law built on lies ain't real law," Dutch countered. He turned to address the gathered townspeople. "How long will you let these vultures steal everything you've worked for? How many families must be ruined before you stand up and say enough?" His words struck home. Mutters of agreement rippled through the crowd. Several farmers stepped forward to stand with the Sullivans. Even a few of Cooper's deputies looked uncertain. For a moment, it seemed Dutch's peaceful resistance might actually succeed. Then one of Whitmore's more aggressive guards decided to force the issue, pushing roughly through the crowd toward the house. Sarah's father raised his shotgun in warning. The guard went for his pistol, and chaos erupted. The first shot came from somewhere in the crowd, followed quickly by more. Dutch's gang reacted with practiced efficiency, providing covering fire while getting civilians to safety. But the damage was done. Blood stained the Sullivans' front porch, and the air filled with gun smoke and screams. When the shooting finally stopped, 3 men lay dead, 2 of Whitmore's guards and 1 townsperson caught in the crossfire. Sheriff Cooper and his remaining men had fled, while the crowd dispersed in terror. Dutch's grand vision of peaceful resistance had ended in tragedy. "This changes everything," Hosea said grimly as they regrouped at their camp. "Law be coming in force now." "Let them come," Dutch replied, though his voice carried new edge. "Whitmore showed their true colors today. People won't forget that." But Hosea wasn't finished. "People also won't forget who brought violence to their town. We're supposed to be helping these folks, Dutch, not getting them killed. Sometimes blood must be shed for justice to prevail." Dutch's eyes had taken on that familiar, dangerous gleam. "Besides, we're past the point of turning back. Time to show Whitmore and their pet lawmen what real resistance looks like." Over the next week, Dutch's strategy shifted from peaceful protest to direct action. His gang began targeting Whitmore's operations, burning warehouses storing seized grain, ambushing corporate money shipments, destroying land records that supported their false claims. Each strike was carefully planned to minimize civilian casualties while maximizing economic damage. Some townspeople, particularly younger men angry at years of corporate abuse, began actively supporting Dutch's campaign. They provided information, supplies, even participated in some operations. Dutch welcomed them as freedom fighters, teaching them his philosophy of justified resistance against corruption. But others, especially those who'd lost friends or property in the escalating violence, turned against the gang. Sarah Sullivan herself confronted Dutch after Whitmore's men burned down her school in retaliation for one of his raids. "This isn't what you promised," she accused, standing in the ashes of her classroom. "You said you'd help us fight them, not start a war that destroys everything we have left." "Sometimes things must get worse before they can get better," Dutch replied, though something flickered in his eyes, doubt, perhaps, or regret quickly suppressed. "Whitmore won't leave until the cost becomes too high. We're making them pay that cost." "At what price to us?" Sarah demanded. "To our community?" Dutch had no answer that would satisfy her. Instead, he redirected his energy into planning their next strike, a bold raid on Whitmore's main office that would expose their corruption to the world. "Got telegrams about government agents heading this way," Arthur reported during the planning session. "Pinkertons, probably. Won't be long before they arrive." "Good," Dutch declared, surprising everyone. "Let them come. Let the whole world see what's happening here. We'll show them all that ordinary people can stand up to power, that justice still means something in this country." But Hosea saw the dangerous light in his old friend's eyes, recognized the way Dutch's noble cause was transforming into something darker. The idealistic vision of helping an oppressed town was becoming a personal crusade against authority itself. The raid on Whitmore's office proved to be the turning point. Dutch's initial plan called for a precise operation: get in, gather incriminating documents, get out. But, as so often happened, violence erupted despite his intentions. This time the cost was even higher. 2 of Dutch's own people fell, along with several Whitmore guards and an innocent clerk who simply had the misfortune of working late. The documents they seized proved Whitmore's corruption beyond doubt, but the victory felt hollow amidst the bloodshed. That night, as Dutch read the damning papers by lamplight, Hosea made one final attempt to reason with him. "We need to leave," the older outlaw said quietly, "before more people die." "Leave?" Dutch looked up sharply. "When we're so close to real victory? These documents prove everything. The forged deeds, the bribed officials, all of it. Once people see the truth, people have seen enough truth." Hosea interrupted. "Seeing that fighting corruption with violence just brings more suffering. We came here to help, Dutch. Instead, we've brought war to their doorstep." "Revolution is never clean," Dutch argued, but there was something defensive in his tone. "Change requires sacrifice." "Whose sacrifice?" Hosea pressed. "These folks never asked for revolution. They just wanted to keep their homes, live in peace." Before Dutch could respond, Arthur burst into the tent. "Pinkertons just rode into town," he reported breathlessly. "At least 20 of them, with more coming. Got the army backing them too." Dutch absorbed this news with dangerous calm. "Then perhaps it's time for a grand finale. Show them all what happens when—" "No," Hosea's voice cracked like a whip. "No more showing, no more grand gestures. We leave tonight." before anyone else dies for your principles." For a long moment, the two old friends stared at each other. Then, surprisingly, Dutch's expression softened. Perhaps you're right," he said quietly. "Got too caught up in the cause, forgot our first rule, survival." The gang broke camp within the hour, vanishing into the night as government agents closed in. They left the incriminating documents with Sarah Sullivan, letting her decide how best to use them to help her town. As they rode away from Haven's Rest, Dutch was uncharacteristically silent. Finally, as dawn broke over distant mountains, he spoke. "We did some good here," he said, though his voice carried an edge of uncertainty. "Showed folks they don't have to submit to tyranny." "Showed them something, all right," Hosea replied quietly. "Question is, what lesson did they really learn?" Dutch had no answer, but as they rode on, his mind worked furiously, already transforming their hasty retreat into a strategic withdrawal, recasting failure as a necessary step towards some greater victory yet to come. The dawn painted the sky in shades of promise, but shadows lingered in the valleys below. Dutch van der Linde urged his white Arabian forward, leading his people toward new horizons, new causes to champion. Behind them, Haven's Rest began dealing with the aftermath of their brief, violent liberation. Perhaps some good would come from it all. Perhaps the documents they'd seized would help the townspeople reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Or perhaps Dutch's intervention had only replaced one form of oppression with another, trading corporate corruption for revolutionary violence. But such concerns were already fading from Dutch's mind, replaced by grander visions of future battles against injustice. His failure here wouldn't diminish his certainty or shake his conviction that he alone could see the path to true freedom. After all, he was Dutch van der Linde, and Dutch van der Linde always had a plan. The rising sun caught his white Arabian's mane, turning it to fire as they rode east. Somewhere ahead lay new opportunities, new wrongs to right, new converts to his cause. The story of Haven's Rest would become just another chapter in his ongoing crusade, a temporary setback on the road to eventual triumph. Behind him rode his faithful followers, their loyalty unshaken despite the recent turmoil. Arthur and John stayed close, ever vigilant for pursuit. Hosea rode slightly apart, his weathered face carrying the weight of unspoken concerns. As the morning wore on, Dutch gradually regained his usual confidence. His voice grew stronger as he spoke of future plans, of other towns that might need their particular brand of justice. The failure at Haven's Rest was already being rewritten in his mind, not a retreat, but a strategic decision to carry their fight to more worthy battlegrounds. "Think about it," he called out to his companions. "What we learned here, the methods we developed, we can apply them elsewhere. Help other communities stand up against corruption. Or get more folks killed," Hosea muttered, but only Arthur rode close enough to hear. They made camp that evening in a sheltered valley, far from any settled lands. As the gang settled into familiar routines, Pearson preparing dinner, Jenny tending horses, Bill and John setting up guard positions, Dutch called his inner circle to discuss their next moves. "Got word of similar situation up north," he began, spreading a map across a fallen log. "Mining town being squeezed by corporate interests. People there might be more receptive to our methods." "Dutch," Hosea interrupted gently. "Maybe we should take some time. Reflect on what happened back there." "What's to reflect on?" Dutch's voice carried an edge. "We exposed corruption, gave people tools to fight back. If some weren't ready for real change, that's hardly our fault." Arthur shifted uncomfortably. Lot of dead folks back there might disagree. Deaths I regret, Dutch said firmly, but revolutions require sacrifice. Those people died fighting for something meaningful, better than dying under corporate boots. They didn't ask to be martyrs, Hosea pressed. We made that choice for them. Dutch's expression hardened. We gave them a chance at freedom, more than they had before we came. The discussion continued late into the night, but Dutch's mind was already set. Haven's Rest had changed him, though perhaps not in the way Hosea had hoped. Instead of teaching caution, the experience had reinforced his belief in the necessity of dramatic action, of forcing change through bold gestures and calculated violence. Later, as most of the gang slept, Dutch sat alone by the dying fire. He pulled out his journal, recording his thoughts with characteristic flourish. Another battle in our endless war against tyranny. Some might call our retreat from Haven's Rest a failure, but they lack vision. We planted seeds there, seeds of resistance, of awakening. Whether they bloom now or later matters less than that they were planted at all. Hosea worries we bring violence where peace once reigned. But what peace is there in submission? In watching silently as corrupt men steal everything of value? Sometimes fire must cleanse before new growth can begin. We are not mere criminals, not common outlaws. We are agents of change, warriors against a system that crushes the human spirit. If some must die, so others might truly live free, is that not a worthy exchange? The words flowed easily, transforming recent events into something grander, more purposeful. By the time he finished writing, Dutch had fully convinced himself that their actions in Haven's Rest had been not just justified, but necessary steps toward a greater goal. Dawn brought news that pursuers had followed their trail, Pinkertons likely, though the scouts couldn't be certain. Dutch welcomed the development with almost suspicious enthusiasm. Let them come, he declared. Every agent chasing us is one less available to oppress other communities. They rode hard for several days, using every trick they knew to shake pursuit. Dutch led them through difficult terrain, split the gang into smaller groups that would reunite later, employed all the strategic genius that had kept them free for so many years. But something had changed in his leadership style. His decisions became more aggressive, taking risks that previously he might have avoided. When they were forced to fight, he showed less concern for civilian casualties, focusing solely on achieving his immediate goals. Finally, after nearly a week of cat and mouse through rough country, they lost the last signs of pursuit. The gang regrouped at a hidden location Dutch had prepared months earlier, a defensive position in mountainous territory, well stocked with supplies and ammunition. As the gang relaxed, celebrating their escape, Dutch withdrew to his tent with maps and documents gathered from Haven's Rest. He spent hours studying reports of corporate expansion, marking towns that might be ripe for his particular brand of liberation. Hosea found him there late one night, surrounded by papers and plans. "This really the path you want to take?" the older outlaw asked quietly. "Turning our family into some kind of revolutionary army?" Dutch looked up, his eyes bright with familiar intensity. "We've always been more than simple thieves, Hosea. You know that. What happened in Haven's Rest, it showed me our true purpose." "Showed me something too," Hosea replied. "Showed how easy it is to destroy things while thinking you're saving them. Progress requires disruption," Dutch argued. "You can't build a better world without tearing down the old one. And who decides what's better, you?" Hosea's voice carried rare sharpness. "Getting awful close to becoming what you claim to fight against, Dutch." The words struck deeper than Hosea probably intended. Dutch stood abruptly, pacing his tent with nervous energy. "I'm nothing like them," he insisted. "Everything I do is for others' freedom, their benefit." "Keep telling yourself that," Hosea said quietly. "Maybe eventually you'll believe it." After Hosea left, Dutch returned to his maps, but concentration proved difficult. His mind kept returning to Haven's Rest, the hope in Sarah Sullivan's eyes when he first promised help, the horror when violence consumed their peaceful town. But rather than leading to reflection, these memories only strengthened his conviction. Next time would be different. Next time he would plan better, move faster, control events more tightly. Next time his vision of righteous revolution would be realized. In his journal that night, he wrote, "Jose fears we're losing our way, that violence for a cause is still just violence. But he doesn't see the larger picture. Every system of oppression maintains itself through the threat of force. To break that system, one must be willing to use greater force in return. We are not mere criminals. We are warriors for justice, soldiers in an invisible war for the soul of this nation. If that requires blood, then blood will flow. Better to die fighting than live as slaves to corrupt power." The words satisfied him, reinforcing his self-picture as a principled fighter against tyranny. Yet something in them would have troubled the Dutch of a few years ago. A hardening of philosophy, a willingness to sacrifice others for his grand vision. The gang remained in their mountain refuge for several weeks, recovering strength and planning their next moves. Dutch threw himself into preparation, developing elaborate schemes for identifying and targeting other communities under corporate control. Young gang members especially were drawn to his increasingly radical rhetoric. They gathered around campfires to hear him speak of revolution and justice, of fighting the creeping tide of civilization with righteous violence. Even Arthur and John, usually more pragmatic, found themselves swept up in his passionate certainty. Only Hosea maintained his distance, watching with growing concern as Dutch's ideological fervor intensified. The older outlaw recognized dangerous patterns. The way Dutch dismissed any questioning of his methods, how he transformed setbacks into fuel for greater extremism, his growing comfort with civilian casualties as necessary sacrifices. One evening, as Dutch held court around the main campfire, Hosea pulled Arthur aside for a private conversation. "Watch him close," Hosea warned quietly. "Man's changing, though he can't see it himself." Haven's Rest did something to him, convinced him that any action is justified if the cause seems right. "Still Dutch?" Arthur protested, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "Still fighting for folks who need help. Question is what happens when his help does more harm than good, when his grand visions get more innocent people killed." Hosea's eyes reflected firelight. Man can do terrible things when he's completely convinced he's right. The warning proved prophetic. Over the next few years, Dutch's crusade against corruption became increasingly violent, his methods more extreme. Haven's Rest marked the beginning of his transformation from principled outlaw to revolutionary zealot, a path that would eventually lead to Blackwater, to the gang's disintegration, and to Dutch's final descent into madness. But on that night in their mountain camp, those dark days still lay ahead. Dutch van der Linde stood before his loyal followers, passionate words flowing as he described a future of justice and freedom. His charisma remained undimmed, his certainty absolute, his vision of righteous revolution untainted by doubt. The fire cast dancing shadows across his face as he spoke, transforming him momentarily into something almost mythic, a warrior prophet leading his people toward some glorious destiny. His followers watched with rapt attention. believing in his dreams of liberation and justice. Only Hosea, watching from the shadows, saw the dangerous glint in Dutch's eyes, the zealot's fire that would eventually consume everything they'd built. The story of Haven's Rest had started with genuine idealism, a true desire to help the oppressed, but it ended with the first steps toward Dutch's eventual downfall, though none of them recognized it at the time. The mountain winds carried his words into the darkness, full of promise and passion, but they carried something else too. The first whispers of the madness that would one day transform Dutch van der Linde from a champion of the oppressed into something far more dangerous. A man who could justify any action, any atrocity, in service of his grand vision. In years to come, some would look back on Haven's Rest as the moment Dutch's path truly began to darken. Others would argue he remained true to his principles, that the world's corruption had forced his methods to match its brutality. But all agreed that something changed in him during those fateful weeks, something that would eventually lead them all toward tragedy. The fire burned low as Dutch finally finished speaking. His followers drifted toward their tents, minds filled with visions of righteous battle against injustice. Dutch remained by the dying embers, making one final entry in his journal. We ride at dawn toward new opportunities for our cause. Haven's Rest was but the beginning, a first step toward true revolution. Those who call us criminals cannot see the justice in our actions, the necessity of our methods, but history will vindicate us. Of this, I remain certain. He closed the journal decisively, unaware that its pages now contained the seeds of his own destruction. The man who had entered Haven's Rest with genuine hopes of helping the oppressed was already fading, replaced by someone more dangerous, someone who could reshape reality to match his convictions, no matter the cost. The stars wheeled overhead, eternal witnesses to the endless cycles of idealism and corruption, of noble dreams twisted by power and certainty. Dutch van der Linde slept peacefully that night, untroubled by doubts, his mind filled with visions of righteous violence and justified revolution. Tomorrow they would ride again, carrying their gospel of liberation to new territories. But they carried something else too, the first dark flowering of Dutch's eventual madness, planted in the blood-soaked soil of Haven's Rest, waiting to bloom in the years ahead. The dawn would bring new challenges, new battles, new opportunities to test Dutch's evolving philosophy, but the true test of his leadership, his principles, his very soul, had already begun in that small town they'd left behind. Its outcome would eventually shake the foundations of everything he'd built, though those consequences still lay hidden in the mists of future days. For now, Dutch van der Linde slept the sleep of the righteous, his dreams filled with fire and glory, and somewhere in the darkness, fate smiled its crooked smile, knowing where this path would lead. As Dutch van der Linde's dreams of righteous revolution faded into the mountain darkness, the seeds planted in Haven's Rest would continue to grow, twisting his once noble ideals into something darker. The path that began with genuine desire to help the oppressed would lead him through increasingly shadowed valleys, testing the bonds of loyalty and trust that held his makeshift family together. In the months that followed, as summer heat gave way to autumn chill, Dutch's crusade would face new challenges. The delicate balance between leadership and control, between trust and manipulation, would be tested in ways none of them could have foreseen. For in the unforgiving territories of the American frontier, bonds forged in blood could be broken by betrayal, and the line between protecting family and controlling them would blur until it vanished altogether. Through rain-slick streets of a frontier town, where gaslight cast uncertain shadows and thunder rolled like distant gunfire. Another tale was about to unfold, one that would test not just Dutch's leadership, but the very foundations of trust that his gang was built upon. The evening sun cast long shadows across Red Rock Canyon as Dutch van der Linde studied the narrow pass through his binoculars. Tomorrow's federal gold shipment would travel this route, following the winding trail between towering cliffs stained red by centuries of desert wind. Everything looked perfect. The positioning, the timing, the limited security detail. Perhaps too perfect, though Dutch pushed that thought aside as quickly as it arose. Behind him, Arthur Morgan sat atop his horse, scanning the ridgelines with practiced wariness. The younger outlaw had been unusually quiet during their scouting mission, and Dutch could sense unspoken concerns brewing beneath that silence. Trails exactly as Matthews described, Dutch reported, lowering his binoculars. Narrow enough to force them single file, high walls preventing any flanking maneuver. Couldn't have designed it better ourselves. He turned toward Arthur with an encouraging smile. This is the one, son, the score that changes everything. Arthur shifted uncomfortably in his saddle, his expression troubled. That's what worries me. Whole thing feels convenient, like someone laid it out special, just waiting for us to bite. You doubt Matthew's intelligence? Dutch's voice carried a slight edge despite his attempt at casualness. Man's been reliable for years, given us solid information time and again. Until now, Arthur replied carefully, choosing his words with obvious deliberation. But lately, he's been nervous, jumpy, like a man with something eating at his conscience. Even Hoseus noticed it. Thunder rumbled in the distance, promising a storm by morning. The weather matched Dutch's darkening mood as he considered Arthur's words. Matthews had indeed been acting strangely during their recent meetings, distracted, almost guilty, but the information he'd provided about the gold shipment was too valuable to ignore. This ain't just another bank job or stagecoach robbery, Dutch said finally, his voice taking on that familiar, passionate tone that had inspired so many to follow him. This is federal gold, Arthur. Enough to set us all up proper. Buy that land out west we've been dreaming of. Give everyone a real chance at a new life. They rode back to camp as darkness gathered, the storm advancing behind them like a pursuing army. The gang's temporary hideout occupied an abandoned mining camp tucked into a sheltered valley, a place Dutch had chosen carefully for its defensive advantages and multiple escape routes. The main campfire cast flickering light across familiar faces as Dutch and Arthur approached. John Marston looked up from cleaning his rifles while Bill Williamson and Javier Square paused their card game. Even Uncle had roused himself from his usual lethargy to help with preparations, though he complained continuously about his lumbago acting up in the approaching storm. "Everything set for tomorrow?" Hosea Matthews asked, moving to join them. The older outlaw's weathered face carried concern that matched Arthur's earlier doubts. "Perfect as we could hope," Dutch replied, dismounting smoothly. His boots had barely touched ground before people began gathering around, drawn as always to his magnetic presence. "Matthew's information is solid. Shipment leaves Fort Carson at dawn, follows the canyon trail past Copper Creek. Small escort. They're trying to avoid drawing attention." Dutch spread a crude map across a nearby crate, waiting until the gang had gathered close before continuing. "We'll have high ground here and here." His finger traced positions along the canyon walls. "Should be able to pin them in the narrowest part of the canyon before they know what hit them." The gang clustered around as Dutch outlined the plan in detail. It was ambitious but straightforward. the kind of operation they'd pulled off successfully many times before. Yet something felt different this time. Maybe it was the storm in the air, or the way certain gang members exchanged uncertain glances when Dutch wasn't looking. Young Jenny Kirk spoke up from the back of the group. "What about the timing? Weather's turning bad." "Weather works in our favor," Dutch assured her, his voice carrying that perfect blend of confidence and paternal care that had drawn so many lost souls to his banner. "Law won't be expecting anyone to move in this. Visibility will be poor, making it harder for them to spot our positions." Later that night, as rain began to fall in earnest, Hosea found Dutch alone in his tent. The older outlaw's entrance was preceded by a gust of wind that scattered papers across Dutch's makeshift desk. Maps, guard rotations, carefully calculated timing sequences all threatened to blow away until Hosea helped secure them. "Not too late to call it off," Hosea said without preamble, his voice carrying the weight of years spent watching Dutch's back. "Wait until we're more certain about Matthew's information, do some more scouting, verify his claims about the guard numbers." Dutch didn't look up from reorganizing his papers, though tension crept into his shoulders. "You're seeing phantoms, old friend. Everything checks out. The route, the timing, the security details. Perfect opportunity. Maybe too perfect." Hosea moved closer, lowering his voice to ensure their conversation remained private. "Remember Carson City? Sometimes perfect opportunities are perfect traps." That got Dutch's attention. Carson City had been years ago, another perfect opportunity that had nearly gotten them all killed. The memory still haunted Dutch, though he rarely spoke of it, but rather than showing concern, his expression hardened. "We're not the same gang we were then," he said firmly, standing to face his oldest friend. "Stronger now, more experienced, better equipped, better organized." As if to emphasize his point, thunder crashed overhead, rattling the tent support poles. Dutch gestured toward the storm. "Weather's on our side. Law won't be expecting anyone to move in this." Hosea studied his old friend's face, recognizing the familiar determination that meant further argument was pointless. Still, he had to try one more time. "Just remember, there's no shame in calling it off if things don't feel right. Gang safety comes first. Always has. Always does," Dutch assured him, though his tone suggested the conversation was over. "Now get some rest, old friend. Big day tomorrow." After Hosea left, Dutch remained awake long into the night, reviewing the plan repeatedly. Part of him knew his old friend had a point. The setup did seem almost too convenient. The timing, the route, the security details. Everything aligned perfectly. Too perfectly. But the potential payoff was too great to ignore. Federal gold would give them options they'd never had before, maybe even enough to finally break free from the endless cycle of running and hiding. They could buy land somewhere far from civilization's creeping advance, create the sanctuary he'd always promised his people. Besides, Dutch van der Linde didn't back down from opportunities, especially not when his people were counting on him to lead them towards something better. Their faith in him had been rewarded time and again. Why should this time be any different? Still, as he finally sought his bed in the early hours of morning, Dutch found his dreams haunted by memories of Carson City. The screams of wounded gang members, the taste of defeat, the bitter knowledge that he'd led them into a trap. But this time would be different. This time he had planned for every contingency. Dawn brought heavy clouds and occasional drizzle, perfect weather for an ambush. The gang moved out in small groups, taking different routes to their designated positions. Dutch had arranged the departures carefully, ensuring each team knew exactly where they needed to be and when. He rode with Arthur and John, their horses picking carefully along rain-slicked trails. The two young outlaws were among his most trusted lieutenants, though Arthur's earlier doubts still nagged at Dutch's thoughts. "Remember," Dutch instructed as they neared their position, "no shooting unless absolutely necessary. Clean and quiet. That's how we do this. We're professionals, not common bandits." They settled into place with practiced efficiency. Dutch had chosen their position carefully, a natural alcove with clear lines of sight down both approaches. Below, the canyon trail wound like a wet ribbon through stark rock walls. The rain had intensified, reducing visibility but also making it harder for anyone to spot their ambush positions. Time passed slowly as they waited, the only sounds being occasional thunder and rain pattering on stone. Dutch checked his pocket watch repeatedly, growing slightly more tense with each passing minute. The gold shipment should have appeared by now. "Should have seen them by now," Arthur muttered, voicing what they were all thinking. His rifle remained trained on the canyon's northern entrance, but concern had crept into his voice. "Probably delayed by the weather," Dutch replied, though doubt had begun creeping into his own tone. "Give it time." Another hour crawled past. The storm intensified, reducing visibility further and setting their horses on edge. Still no sign of the gold shipment. Dutch found himself obsessively reviewing the plan, questioning every detail. Had they missed something? Had Matthew's information been wrong about the timing? Then came the sound they'd been waiting for. Hoofbeats approaching from the canyon's northern entrance. Dutch raised his binoculars, peering through the rain. But something wasn't right. The approaching column was too large, moving with too much military precision. "Something's wrong," he said suddenly, tension evident in his voice. "Too many riders. This isn't..." Before he could finish, gunfire erupted from the canyon walls, not aimed at the approaching riders, but at Dutch's position. They dove for cover as bullets sparked off nearby rocks, the trap springing shut with lethal efficiency. "It's a trap!" Arthur shouted, returning fire at muzzle flashes through the rain. "We're surrounded!" Dutch's mind raced as he assessed their situation. Gunmen were positioned on both sides of the canyon, more than he could quickly count. The approaching riders had to be law enforcement, probably Pinkertons. And somewhere in the chaos he could hear the rest of his gang engaging in firefights of their own. Through the rain-swept chaos, Dutch caught glimpses of familiar faces among their attackers. Not just Pinkertons, but local lawmen and even some bounty hunters he recognized. This wasn't a simple ambush. It was a carefully coordinated effort to destroy his gang completely. "Fall back to the secondary position," he ordered, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. "Arthur, cover our retreat. John, signal the others." But retreat proved more difficult than anticipated. Every route they'd planned seemed to be covered by enemy fire. Someone had known their plans in detail. Had to be Matthews, Dutch realized with growing fury. The informant had sold them out, betraying not just information but years of trust and loyalty. They fought their way through the storm, using the weather and terrain to their advantage. Dutch led them toward a series of old mine entrances they'd scouted as emergency shelter. But with each passing minute, more of the gang became separated in the chaos. "Bill and Javier are cut off," John reported after a particularly intense exchange of gunfire, pressing a hand against his bleeding shoulder. Pinkertons between them and the mines. "Hosea's group made it to the eastern tunnel," Arthur added, reloading his rifle with practiced efficiency despite the rain. "But they're pinned down. Need help to break free." Dutch felt control of the situation slipping away like water through his fingers. His perfect plan had transformed into a nightmare, with his people scattered and vulnerable. For perhaps the first time in years, he felt genuine fear, not for himself, but for the family he'd sworn to protect. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him like a physical force. Every shot fired at his people, every cry of pain or fear was a direct result of his choice to trust Matthews, to ignore the warnings from those who'd questioned the setup. "We need to reach Hosea," he decided finally, pushing aside his growing self-doubt. "Get everyone consolidated in the mine complex. Can defend it better than open ground." They fought their way toward the eastern tunnel, using the storm as cover. Visibility had deteriorated further, turning the world into a grey haze punctuated by muzzle flashes and lightning. The rain had turned the ground treacherous, making every movement a careful calculation between speed and safety. The mine entrance appeared through the rain, a dark mouth in the canyon wall, partially hidden by stunted vegetation. Gunfire still echoed from multiple directions, but less intensely now. Either the law was regrouping, or they'd switched to a containment strategy. Inside the tunnel, they found Hosea and several others setting up defensive positions. Miss Grimshaw was tending to wounds while Karen and Mary Beth distributed ammunition. The older outlaw's expression carried no judgment when he saw Dutch, but his eyes met his old friends with quiet significance. "Matthews?" Hosea asked simply, helping John to a seat where his shoulder wound could be examined. Dutch's jaw tightened, rage building in his chest. "Has to be. No one else knew the details." "Doesn't matter now," Arthur interrupted, though his voice carried an edge Dutch had rarely heard before. "Need to focus on getting everyone out." But Dutch's mind was already working in different directions. Yes, they needed to escape, but not before he understood exactly how they'd been betrayed. Not before he made an example of those who dared cross him. The need for vengeance burned hot in his chest, threatening to overwhelm more practical concerns. "Arthur's right," Hosea said firmly, recognizing the dangerous look in Dutch's eyes. "Survival first, revenge later." Dutch wanted to argue, but gunfire from the tunnel entrance forced them deeper inside. They retreated through winding passages, using their knowledge of the layout to maintain some advantage. But with each step backward, Dutch's fury grew. The mine complex was extensive, with multiple levels connected by narrow shafts. They'd mapped it carefully during preparation, establishing supply caches and marking the safest routes. But now those very preparations worked against them. Their pursuers seemed to know exactly where to cut off potential escape paths. "They're herding us," Arthur observed grimly as they were forced to abandon another route, "using our own plans against us." Dutch said nothing, but his expression grew darker. The betrayal went deeper than just Matthews. Someone had to have provided detailed information about their fallback positions, their escape routes, everything. Could there be another traitor within the gang itself? The thought sent ice through his veins. Trust had always been the foundation of their family, the thing that separated them from common criminals. If that trust was compromised, Miss Grimshaw organized the wounded, working with limited supplies to treat what injuries she could. Young Jenny Kirk lay pale and still, a bullet wound in her side being tended by Mary Beth. Others showed various injuries, cuts, bruises, grazing, shots that had found their marks. Through it all, Dutch paced like a caged animal, his mind working furiously. Every plan he'd made, every contingency he'd prepared for had been turned against them. The weight of leadership had never felt heavier. "Need to make a decision," Hosea said quietly, pulling Dutch aside. "Either we all try to break out together, or we split up. Improve odds of some getting clear." The suggestion hit Dutch like a physical blow. Splitting up went against everything he believed about family staying together, protecting each other. But as he looked at the tired, wounded faces around him, he knew Hosea was right. "We'll create a diversion," he said finally, though the words tasted bitter in his mouth. "Draw their attention to the main tunnel, while smaller groups slip out through the ventilation shafts." His voice hardened. "But first, anyone want to tell me who else has been talking to Matthews?" The question fell into sudden silence. Gang members looked at each other uncertainly, some angry, others afraid. Dutch's eyes moved from face to face, searching for any sign of guilt or evasion. "This ain't the time," Arthur protested, stepping forward. "Need to move before they—" "There's always time for truth," Dutch interrupted, his voice carrying dangerous edge. "Someone here has been feeding information. Anyone want to save me the trouble of finding out who?" "Dutch," Hosea's tone was sharp. "People are hurt. Laws closing in. Focus on what matters." For a moment, Dutch seemed ready to pursue his interrogation regardless of consequences. The need to know, to understand the full scope of betrayal, almost overwhelmed his tactical judgment. Then something shifted in his expression. Not quite surrender, but a temporary setting aside of his growing paranoia. "Fine," he said coldly, "but this ain't over. When we're clear, there will be a reckoning." They divided into small groups, each assigned different escape routes. Dutch insisted on leading the diversion himself, taking Arthur and John with him while Hosea guided the others towards secondary exits. "Keep them safe," Dutch told his old friend as they prepared to separate. "Whatever happens, the family survives." Hosea's expression was unreadable. "Family ain't about blind loyalty, Dutch. Remember that." The words struck deeper than Hosea probably intended, touching something raw and uncertain in Dutch's soul. But before he could respond, gunfire erupted near the main tunnel. The law was making their final push, probably hoping to trap the gang in the mine's depths. What followed was chaos. Carefully planned chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Dutch's group engaged the Pinkertons directly, making enough noise to draw attention, while the others slipped away through darker passages. The strategy worked, but at a cost. John took another bullet, this time grazing his leg, and Arthur barely escaped being crushed by a collapsing support beam. Dutch himself remained unscathed, as if fate itself conspired to protect him, while those around him suffered. The fighting retreated to the surface, where the storm had finally begun to slacken. Through breaks in the clouds, Dutch caught glimpses of riders scattered across the canyon, some pursuing fleeing gang members, others regrouping for another push. In the confusion, Dutch spotted a familiar figure among the law's forces, Matthews himself, directing Pinkertons toward likely escape routes. The sight nearly broke Dutch's self-control. He raised his rifle, finger tightening on the trigger. "Dutch, no!" Arthur grabbed his arm. "Too many of them. You take that shot, we all die here." The moment stretched like a bowstring drawn too tight. Then, with visible effort, Dutch lowered his weapon. But his eyes remained fixed on Matthews, burning the betrayer's face into his memory. "They'll pay," Dutch growled. "They'll all pay." "Later," Arthur insisted. "Right now we need to move." They fought their way clear of the immediate danger, using the terrain and their superior knowledge of the area to break contact with their pursuers. Hours later, those who'd escaped regrouped at a predetermined location far from the ambush site. The cost became clear in the missing faces. 3 dead, several wounded, and Bill and Tovier still unaccounted for. Miss Grimshaw had managed to save Jenny, but the girl remained weak from blood loss. Others nursed various injuries, their faces drawn with exhaustion and shock. Dutch paced like a caged animal as Hosea treated John's wounds. The betrayal burned in his mind, transforming from simple fury into something darker. Someone would pay for this, Matthews first, but then whoever else had helped set this trap. What now? Arthur asked quietly, watching his mentor's agitation. We rebuild, Dutch replied without hesitation. Find somewhere safer, gather our strength. Then, his eyes hardened. Then we show them all what happens to those who betray family. But something had changed within the gang. Dutch could sense it in the way certain members avoided his gaze, in the whispered conversations that stopped when he approached. Trust, once given freely, had become uncertain. That night, as the remnants of his family huddled around a small fire, Dutch wrote in his journal, "Betrayal cuts deeper than any blade, poisoning the very bonds that give us strength. But perhaps there is purpose even in this pain. Those who remain true will be stronger for the testing, and those who falter, well, family must sometimes be pruned to remain healthy." The words revealed something his followers might have recognized had they seen them. The first real cracks in Dutch's legendary control. His absolute certainty in his own judgment was beginning to transform into something more dangerous. A paranoid certainty that only he could be trusted to protect what mattered. As dawn approached, Dutch finally slept, his dreams filled with images of vengeance and restoration. But the gang he'd rebuild would never be quite the same. The seeds of doubt had been planted, and like all such seeds, they would grow in unexpected ways. The storm that had covered their escape finally broke, revealing a sky filled with stars, but darker clouds gathered on the horizon, promises of future storms that would test not just their survival skills, but the very foundations of trust that held them together. For Dutch van der Linde, the failed heist marked more than just a tactical defeat. It was the beginning of a transformation, from a leader who commanded through loyalty and charm, to one who would increasingly rely on fear and manipulation. In the days that followed, word reached them about Bill and Javier. They'd managed to escape the ambush but had been forced to take a longer route to avoid pursuit. Their return should have been cause for celebration, but Dutch noticed how they spoke quietly with Arthur and Hosea before approaching him. The family would survive, as he'd promised Hosea, but what form that survival would take and what price it would demand from them all remained to be seen in the dark days ahead. 2 weeks later, they found Matthews, or what was left of him. The Pinkertons had disposed of their informant once his usefulness ended, leaving his body in an unmarked grave outside a small town. Dutch stood over the crude burial site, his expression unreadable. "Guess he got what was coming to him," Arthur observed cautiously. "Everyone does, eventually," Dutch replied, his voice carrying new coldness. "Remember that, son. Loyalty is all we have in this world, all we can truly count on." But as they rode away, Dutch's words echoed strangely in the desert air. For his definition of loyalty had begun to change, twisting into something darker, something that demanded absolute obedience rather than mutual trust. The sun set behind them as they returned to camp, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold. Dutch van der Linde rode at the head of his diminished family, already planning their next move. But the man who led them now was subtly different from the one who had organized the failed heist. His dreams of creating a better world remained, but they had taken on a harder edge. Trust had become a commodity to be hoarded rather than shared, and loyalty a chain rather than a bond. The story of the failed heist would be told many times around future campfires. growing in both tragedy and significance with each retelling. But only those who had been there, who had witnessed Dutch transformation firsthand, understood its true importance. For in those rain-soaked canyons amid betrayal and bloodshed, the seeds of Dutch Vanderlinde's eventual fall had been planted. They would take years to fully bloom, but their bitter fruit was already growing in the dark soil of his soul. The legend of Dutch Vanderlinde would continue, but something essential had been lost, a truth as old as trust itself, that leadership built on fear can command obedience, but only leadership built on love can inspire true loyalty. In his tent that night, Dutch added one final line to his journal. Trust, once broken, becomes a weapon sharper than any blade. Perhaps that is what we truly learn today, that in this world, even family must be watched, tested, controlled, for their own protection, of course. Always for their protection. The words trailed off into an uncertain scrawl, as if even Dutch wasn't quite sure he believed them anymore. But the path had been chosen, set in motion by betrayal and sealed in blood. The days ahead would see Dutch Vanderlinde transform into something his old self might not have recognized. A leader whose paranoia would eventually destroy the very family he sought to protect. The dawn would bring new challenges, new battles, new opportunities for redemption or damnation. But the lessons of this day would never fade. Trust, once shattered, leaves scars that reshape everything they touch. And sometimes, in trying to protect what we love, we become the very thing we once fought against. As Dutch Vanderlinde's dreams of trust and loyalty faded into shadow, new visions began to take their place. The betrayal that had shaken his faith in human nature only strengthened his resolve to create something pure, something perfect. Where others might have seen defeat in the aftermath of treachery, Dutch saw opportunity, a chance to build not just a hideout, but a true sanctuary, far from civilization's corrupting influence. In the snow-capped peaks of the Grizzly Mountains, where the air grew thin and civilization's grip weakened, another chapter in Dutch's story was about to unfold. Here, among towering pines and pristine wilderness, he would attempt to create the utopia he had always dreamed of, a place where his ideals of freedom and loyalty could flourish, untainted by the world below. But as the gang followed their leader up treacherous mountain trails, none could guess how this dream of paradise would test not just their survival skills, but the very foundations of Dutch's grand vision. The mountain air grew thinner as Dutch Vanderlinde guided his horse along the narrow trail, each breath forming clouds in the cold dawn light. Behind him, the Vanderlinde gang followed in single file, their usual chatter subdued by exhaustion and altitude. They'd been climbing for days, following rumors of a hidden settlement, a place where outcasts and dreamers had built something pure, far from civilization's corrupting reach. The morning sun painted the snow-capped peaks in shades of rose and gold, but Dutch barely noticed the natural splendor. His mind was occupied with the possibility ahead, not just another hideout, but perhaps a true sanctuary. After months of relentless pursuit, constant movement, and increasing pressure from civilization's ever-expanding reach, the promise of permanent refuge held powerful appeal. Arthur Morgan rode close behind Dutch, his experienced eyes scanning the towering pines for any sign of threat. The younger outlaw had been quieter than usual during their ascent, observing Dutch with that careful assessment that had become more common lately. "You sure about this place?" Arthur asked quietly, urging his horse forward to ride alongside his mentor. "Seems awful far from anywhere." "That's the point, son," Dutch replied, his voice carrying that familiar mix of charm and certainty that had inspired so many to follow him. Sometimes you have to climb above the world to see it clearly, to build something better. He gestured toward the vast wilderness surrounding them. Up here, we're beyond their reach, beyond their laws and corruption. The conviction in Dutch voice was absolute, but Arthur noticed something else there too. An edge of desperation, perhaps, or the weight of too many broken promises. The gang's recent losses had taken their toll on everyone, Dutch most of all, though he tried to hide it beneath his usual confident exterior. They'd heard whispers about Eagle's Rest in scattered taverns and around desperate campfires, stories that seemed too good to be true. A community hidden in the mountains where people lived free from government interference, sharing resources and making decisions together. A place where the strong helped the weak instead of exploiting them, where cooperation replaced competition. Dutch had dismissed such tales at first, calling them fairy stories for the naive, but recent events had changed his perspective. The trail widened slightly as they crested another ridge. Hosea Matthews urged his horse forward to ride beside Dutch, his weathered face showing concern. The older outlaw had been Dutch's friend and conscience for over 20 years, watching his transformation from idealistic young revolutionary to something more complex and dangerous. "Been thinking about what you said," Hosea began carefully, choosing his words with practiced diplomacy. "About making this more than just another hideout, about staying." Dutch nodded, his dark eyes fixed on the path ahead. "We've been running too long, old friend, fighting battles we can't win against a system that's rigged from top to bottom." His voice took on that passionate tone that had inspired so many to follow him. "But up here, we could build something real, something lasting. Assuming these people want us," Hosea pointed out. "Peaceful folk tend to be wary of armed strangers, especially ones with our reputation." Behind them, the gang's wagon train creaked and groaned as it navigated the treacherous mountain path. Miss Grimshaw could be heard directing the younger women in securing loose cargo, while Pearson complained about the difficulty of cooking at such high altitude. Normal sounds of their mobile community, but carrying new weight given Dutch's talk of permanence. "They're outcasts, same as us," Dutch countered, though something in his tone suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as Hosea. Dreamers who saw through society's lies and chose a different path. "They'll understand what we're trying to achieve." The conversation paused as they navigated a particularly treacherous stretch of trail. Snow had begun falling lightly, adding another layer of white to the already pristine landscape. The gang's wagons creaked ominously as their drivers fought to keep them from sliding toward the precipitous drops. John Marston rode up through the line, his scarred face tight with concern. "Bill says one of the wagon wheels is starting to crack. Might not make it much further without repairs." Dutch's jaw tightened briefly before he forced a reassuring smile. "Then we'd best hope this sanctuary of yours is close, old friend, because we're running out of options." The words hung heavy in the thin mountain air. They all knew the truth of it. The gang couldn't keep running forever. The world was changing too fast, civilization closing in from all sides. They needed more than just another temporary refuge. By mid-morning, they caught their first glimpse of Eagle's Rest through breaks in the swirling snow. The settlement occupied a sheltered valley, its buildings a mix of sturdy log cabins and native stone structures. Smoke rose from multiple chimneys, and even from this distance they could see people moving about, tending gardens protected by glass frames, working at what appeared to be a small lumber mill, children playing in the spaces between buildings. "Would you look at that?" Miss Grimshaw breathed, genuine wonder in her voice, like something from a fairy tale. Dutch smiled, satisfaction evident in his expression. "No, Susan, something better, something real." He turned to address the gang gathered behind him. This, my friends, is what we've been fighting for all along. A place where people live free, working together instead of stepping on each other's necks. The gang members exchanged uncertain glances. They'd heard similar speeches before, seen Dutch dreams turn sour too many times. But there was something different about this place, something that sparked hope even in the most cynical hearts. Their approach was noticed quickly. By the time they reached the valley floor, a small group had gathered to meet them. Their apparent leader stepped forward, a tall man with silver-streaked dark hair and an air of quiet authority that reminded Dutch uncomfortably of Hosea. "Welcome to Eagle's Rest," he said simply. "I'm Thomas Haven. We've been expecting you." Dutch's hand moved instinctively toward his holster before he caught himself. "Expecting us?" Haven smiled disarmingly, though his eyes remained watchful. "Word travels even up here. Dutch van der Linde and his gang of idealistic outlaws fighting against corruption and greed. We've heard the stories." He gestured toward the settlement. "We're not so different, though our methods might vary." Hosea moved closer to Dutch, his presence both supportive and cautioning. The older outlaw had learned to read the subtle signs of Dutch's moods. The way his fingers twitched near his gun, the slight tension in his shoulders that could precede either charm or violence. "Kind of you to welcome armed strangers so openly," Hosea observed carefully. "Most settlements we've encountered aren't quite so trusting." "Trust is the foundation of true community," Haven replied. "Besides, a man's past matters less than his present choices. We all came here seeking something better." His gaze swept over the tired, weather-worn gang members. "Perhaps you'd like to rest and warm yourselves before we discuss details. The community dining hall always has hot food available." The next hours passed in a whirlwind of introductions and explanations. Haven gave them a tour of the settlement, proudly showing off its achievements, the greenhouse gardens that provided fresh vegetables even in winter, the small hydroelectric system powered by mountain streams, the communal dining hall where residents shared meals and made decisions together. The settlement's organization fascinated Dutch. Unlike the rigid hierarchies of civilization or the chaos of frontier towns, Eagle's Rest operated on principles of mutual aid and collective decision-making. Work was shared according to ability and interest, with everyone contributing to the community's welfare. "Everyone contributes according to their abilities," Haven explained as they walked. "Everyone has a voice in how things are run. No masters, no servants, just people working together for the common good." Dutch absorbed everything with intense interest, his quick mind already seeing possibilities. This was what he'd always dreamed of creating, a true community of equals, free from the artificial hierarchies of civilization. But he also noticed things Haven didn't emphasize. The defensive positions built into the settlement's layout, the careful way strangers were monitored, the hidden stockpiles of supplies that spoke to preparation for harder times. Not everyone shared Dutch's enthusiasm. Bill Williamson grumbled about the lack of a proper saloon, while Micah Bell made barely concealed sneering comments about soft living. Even Arthur seemed reserved, watching the settlers with careful assessment rather than hope. "Seems too perfect," Arthur muttered to John as they helped unload the wagons. "Like one of them fairy stories Jack's always reading." "Maybe that's what we need," John replied, surprising Arthur with his thoughtfulness. "Been running so long, maybe it's time to try something different." The settlers themselves presented an interesting mix. Former farmers driven off their land by corrupt banks, educated folks who'd rejected civilization's materialism, even a few reformed outlaws seeking redemption. They approached the gang with cautious friendliness, offering help with the wagons and sharing information about the best spots to set up their temporary camp. That evening, Haven invited Dutch and his key lieutenants to dinner in his home. A modest cabin distinguished only by its slightly larger size and collection of books. Over a simple but satisfying meal, they discussed philosophy, politics, and the practicalities of mountain life. "We're always welcome to new members," Haven said as they finished eating, "but I must be clear, we have rules. No violence except in genuine self-defense. No stealing, no exploitation. Everyone works. Everyone has a say." He met Dutch's gaze directly. "Can your people live with that?" "My people understand discipline," Dutch replied smoothly. "We've always been about more than just survival. We're trying to build something better, same as you." Haven nodded thoughtfully. "I believe you mean that, but meaning well and doing well aren't always the same thing." He gestured toward his window, where snow continued falling. "Winter's coming. You're welcome to stay, see if this life suits you, but remember, this isn't your gang's new hideout. It's a community. Different rules apply." Later that night, Dutch called his inner circle together in one of the cabins they'd been assigned. The space was warm and solid, a far cry from their usual tent accommodations. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across concerned faces as Dutch paced with barely contained energy. "This could be it," he declared, gesturing expansively. "The chance we've been waiting for, a place to put down roots, build something permanent." His voice carried that familiar, passionate tone that had inspired them through countless hardships. "These people have created something remarkable here, something pure." Arthur leaned against a rough-hewn wall, his expression thoughtful. "Seems too good to be true," he cautioned. "These folks living up here all peaceful like, no law bothering them." "Because they understand something we've been fighting to prove," Dutch replied, warming to his theme. "That people don't need government control to live right. Given freedom and a fair chance, they'll choose to work together, support each other." Hosea sat quietly by the fire, watching his old friend with a mixture of hope and concern. He'd seen Dutch like this before, caught up in grand visions that sometimes led to triumph, sometimes to disaster. But there was something different about this enthusiasm, something almost desperate in its intensity. "Until someone decides to take what isn't theirs," Micah interjected from his corner. His voice carried its usual sneering edge. "World ain't that simple, boss. Even up here in paradise." Dutch's expression hardened slightly at Michael's words. "No, it isn't. That's why they need us as much as we need them. We can protect this place, help it grow stronger." "Thought the whole point was getting away from violence," Hosea observed quietly, earning a sharp look from Dutch. "Sometimes you have to fight to keep the peace," Dutch countered, though something flickered in his eyes. Doubt, perhaps, or memory of similar justifications that had led them astray before. "Haver means well, but he's naive about how the world really works. We can help these people survive without compromising their principles." Miss Grimshaw, who had been listening silently, spoke up. "The women seem happy here. Healthy children, enough food, proper roofs over their heads." She met Dutch's gaze steadily. "Been a long time since we had anything like that." The discussion continued late into the night, but Dutch's mind was already made up. Eagle's Rest represented everything he'd been preaching about, a chance to create a truly free society, protected from civilization's corrupting influence. If some of his people couldn't see that vision yet, he would help them understand. The next few weeks passed in a blur of activity as the gang integrated into settlement life. Most adapted surprisingly well to the new routine. John Marston discovered a talent for working with the settlement's horses, while Abigail found purpose helping in the school. Even Uncle managed to make himself useful, entertaining children with stories while their parents worked. Young Jack Marston flourished particularly well in the stable environment. For the first time in his life, he had other children to play with, regular meals, and the chance to attend proper schooling. Abigail watched her son's transformation with tears of joy, while John found himself increasingly drawn to the idea of a permanent home. Dutch threw himself into community affairs with characteristic passion. He attended every meeting, offered suggestions for improvements, helped organize hunting parties and trading expeditions. His natural charisma and leadership abilities quickly earned him respect among the settlers, while his eloquent discussions of freedom and justice resonated with their own ideals. Haven seemed genuinely impressed by Dutch's commitment and insights. The two men spent long evenings discussing philosophy and governance, finding common ground in their desire to create something better than the corrupt world below. But subtle tensions began emerging. Dutch's suggestions increasingly focused on security, building better defenses, establishing guard rotations, stockpiling weapons. When Haven resisted these measures as unnecessary and contrary to the settlement's peaceful nature, Dutch grew frustrated. "You don't understand what's coming," he argued during one particularly heated council meeting. "Civilization is spreading like a disease. Sooner or later, they'll find this place. We need to be ready." "Ready for what?" Haven countered, his usually calm demeanor showing strain. "To turn our home into an armed camp? That's not why people came here." "No, they came for freedom," Dutch replied, his voice carrying that compelling resonance that had swayed so many before. "But freedom has to be defended. The world out there? It won't leave you alone just because you want peace." The debate ended unresolved, but something had shifted in the relationship between the two leaders. Where before there had been mutual respect and shared vision, now uncertainty crept in like the mountain frost. Arthur noticed the change in Dutch during their hunting expeditions. His mentor spent more time scanning horizons for threats than appreciating the mountain beauty, and his campfire conversations increasingly focused on the settlement's vulnerabilities rather than its achievements. "You're starting to sound like Micah," Arthur observed one evening as they cleaned their rifles. "Seeing threats everywhere." Dutch paused in his work, fixing Arthur with an intense stare. "Because they are everywhere, son. You've seen what happens to communities that don't protect themselves. How many homesteads have we found burned out? How many peaceful folks driven off their land because they weren't strong enough to hold it?" "Ain't saying we shouldn't be careful," Arthur replied carefully. "Just seems like you're pushing these people faster than they're ready to go." "Sometimes people need to be pushed," Dutch said firmly, "for their own good." The conversation might have grown more heated, but they were interrupted by the return of another hunting party with troubling news. They'd spotted unknown riders in the lower valleys, moving with purpose rather than the random wandering of lost travelers. "Probably just traders," Haven assured the worried council when they convened to discuss the sighting. "We get them sometimes, looking for new routes." "Or scouts," Dutch countered, rising to address the gathered settlers. "Looking for weaknesses, counting our numbers." He turned to address them directly, his voice carrying that compelling power that had drawn so many to his cause. "I've seen how this works. First come the scouts, then the surveyors claiming this land belongs to some railroad or mining company. Finally, the hired guns arrive to enforce those claims. His words struck home with many of the settlers, especially those who had fled similar situations in their past lives. Fear began spreading through the community like a slow poison, changing how people viewed their mountain paradise. Haven tried maintaining calm, but Dutch's warnings resonated too strongly with people's deep-seated fears about the outside world. Gradually, the settlement's character began to change. Guard posts appeared at key approaches. Children's games took on a military flavor as they played at defending their home. Dutch watched these changes with mixed emotions. Part of him regretted the loss of innocence, the way fear was reshaping this once peaceful community. But a darker part felt vindicated, felt that his harder vision of reality was being proven right. Then the Pinkertons arrived. It started with a single rider approaching openly, carrying a white flag. Agent Milton himself come to parley. Haven wanted to meet with him alone, but Dutch insisted on being present, backed by Arthur and several armed gang members. "Quite a place you've built here," Milton observed, his cultured voice carrying false admiration as he surveyed the settlement. "Shame to see it corrupted by harboring wanted criminals." "We don't recognize your authority here," Haven replied firmly, though Dutch noticed his hands trembling slightly. "This is a free community. Everyone who comes in peace is welcome." Milton's smile never reached his eyes. Noble sentiment. "But the law doesn't recognize exceptional territories, Mr. Haven. Vanderlyn and his gang are wanted for numerous serious crimes. Hand them over, or this entire settlement will be considered an accessory." The threat hung in the crisp mountain air like gun smoke. Dutch's hand tightened on his holster, but Haven's calm voice cut through the tension. "We'll need time to discuss this as a community," he said carefully. "That's how we make decisions here." "You have 3 days," Milton replied, turning his horse. "Choose wisely." After Milton departed, the community gathered to debate their response. The meeting lasted well into the night, with positions hardening on both sides. Haven argued for negotiation, seeking some diplomatic solution that might preserve their peaceful way of life. But Dutch's fiercer counsel held more appeal for people frightened of losing everything they'd built. He spoke with passionate conviction about the need to stand together, to resist tyranny in all its forms. "They won't stop with us," he declared to the assembled settlers, his voice carrying to every corner of the crowded meeting hall. "Once they have a foothold, they'll find reasons to take more control, to tax you, regulate you, tell you how to live your lives." His voice rose with righteous fury. "We've built something precious here, something worth fighting for." The vote that followed was close, but fear proved stronger than idealism. The settlement would fight rather than submit to outside authority. Haven looked on with sadness as his peaceful community began transforming into an armed camp. Dutch took charge of the preparations with grim efficiency. His experience in guerrilla warfare proved invaluable as they fortified approaches, established fallback positions, and organized the able-bodied into fighting units. "This isn't what we created this place for," Haven said quietly, watching children practice loading rifles instead of tending gardens. "Sometimes the world forces our hand," Dutch replied, though something in his expression suggested he took no joy in the transformation. "Better to fight on our terms than submit to their so-called civilization." The first Pinkerton assault came at dawn, a probing attack easily repulsed by Dutch's defensive preparations. But it was only the beginning. More agents gathered in the valleys below, along with local law enforcement and hired guns. As siege conditions settled in, the settlement's character changed further. Dutch's authority gradually displaced Haven's more democratic approach. Emergency powers were granted, then extended. Decisions that once required community consensus were now made unilaterally in the name of security. Haven watched his dream of peaceful utopia crumbling, but felt powerless to stop it. Many settlers now looked to Dutch for leadership, seeing his militant approach as necessary for survival. Those who disagreed found themselves increasingly marginalized. Arthur and Hosea watched these changes with growing concern. They recognized signs they'd seen before, Dutch's idealism hardening into something darker, his passion for freedom becoming twisted into a need for control. "He's losing himself again," Hosea commented quietly as they watched Dutch drill settlers in combat techniques, just like after Blackwater. "Different this time," Arthur replied grimly. "This time he believes he's saving these people, not just leading them." The situation reached its crisis point when Haven discovered Dutch had been sending raiders to attack Pinkerton camps and supply lines, not just defending the settlement, but actively provoking wider conflict. "This has to stop," Haven confronted Dutch in the former community hall, now serving as a military headquarters. "You're turning us into everything we came here to escape." "I'm ensuring our survival," Dutch countered, though something flickered in his eyes, doubt perhaps, or recognition of what he was becoming. "Sometimes freedom requires sacrifice." "Freedom," Haven laughed bitterly. "Look around you. Children standing guard instead of playing, neighbors suspicious of each other, armed patrols and password challenges. We're not free. We're prisoners in a fortress of your making." The truth of Haven's words struck something in Dutch, but he pushed the doubt aside. Better prisoners in paradise than slaves in their world. Sometimes a man has to become what circumstances demand. The conversation was interrupted by urgent news, a major Pinkerton force approaching, larger than any previous attack. As Dutch rushed to organize the defense, Haven made his decision. That night, as Dutch directed preparations for the coming battle, Haven led a group of settlers, mostly families with children, in a quiet exodus from the settlement. They used paths too narrow for pursuit, disappearing into the mountain darkness. Dutch's rage upon discovering the departure was terrible to behold. In his mind, Haven's action confirmed every dark suspicion about human nature. Another betrayal, another dream corrupted by others' weakness. The battle that followed was fierce but ultimately decisive. Dutch's tactical genius and the settlement's strong defensive positions proved too much for even the increased Pinkerton numbers. They withdrew by noon, leaving their dead behind. But victory brought no joy. The settlement had changed irreversibly. Gardens lay trampled, buildings showed battle damage, and the remaining population had been transformed from peaceful dreamers into hardened fighters. Dutch stood on the settlement's highest point that evening, watching sunset paint the snow-covered peaks in shades of blood and gold. Haven's words haunted him, mixing with older memories of other dreams that had curdled into violence. "You did what was necessary," Micah said, approaching behind him. "Kept these people free." "Did I?" Dutch mused, more to himself than his companion. "Or did I just prove Milton right, that civilization and law are necessary because people can't handle true freedom?" The question went unanswered as darkness settled over the mountain sanctuary that had become a fortress. Dutch Vanderlyn remained at his observation post, watching for threats that seemed to multiply with every passing day. In his private journal that night, he wrote, "Perhaps there is no perfect freedom, no untainted paradise in this fallen world. Perhaps the best we can hope for is to build our own version of civilization, harder, purer, stronger than the corrupt society below. And if that means becoming what circumstances demand, so be it." The words revealed how far Dutch had traveled from his original dreams of peaceful utopia. The man who had once inspired others with visions of freedom and justice was transforming into something harder, more absolute in his convictions. Eagle's Rest would survive as a stronghold, but Haven's dream of peaceful community had died in its defense, another casualty in Dutch van der Linde's ongoing war against a world that refused to conform to his ideals. As winter settled fully over the mountains, Dutch's thoughts turned increasingly to spring, to new battles, new territories to liberate, new strongholds to establish. The dream of peaceful utopia had been replaced by visions of armed resistance and controlled territory. Arthur watched these changes with growing unease, recognizing that something essential had been lost in those heights. Another piece of Dutch's humanity sacrificed to his ever-darkening vision of freedom's true cost. In the end, Eagle's Rest became neither the utopia Haven had envisioned, nor the pure sanctuary Dutch had sought. Instead, it served as another milestone on Dutch's descent from idealistic dreamer to hardened zealot, a transformation as inevitable as winter following autumn in those unchanging mountains. The dream of paradise had become another fortress, and Dutch van der Linde's search for perfect freedom had forged new chains of his own making, binding him ever tighter to a path that would eventually lead to his destruction. But on that winter night, watching his armed paradise weather another storm, Dutch still believed in the righteousness of his cause. The world had forced his hand after all, and if the price of freedom was becoming what circumstances demanded, well, that was a price he was willing to pay, even if it meant sacrificing the very ideals that had started him on this journey so long ago. In years to come, those who survived Eagle's Rest would tell different versions of its story. Some blamed the Pinkertons, others Haven's naivety, still others growing paranoia, but all agreed on one thing. Something beautiful had been lost in those mountains, a dream of peace and freedom corrupted by the very fears it sought to escape. And Dutch van der Linde, who had once sought to build paradise, had instead created a perfect demonstration of how the pursuit of absolute freedom could forge the strongest chains of all. As winter released its grip on the mountain stronghold, Dutch van der Linde's dreams of utopia had hardened into something unrecognizable. The peaceful settlement now stood as a fortress, its inhabitants transformed from gentle dreamers into wary soldiers. But even this Pyrrhic victory would prove temporary. As spring melted the mountain snows, Dutch's restlessness grew, his eyes increasingly drawn to the valleys below and the world beyond. The failure at Eagle's Rest had changed him in ways even his closest companions could see. Where once he had pursued his visions with genuine belief in creating something better, now a growing desperation tinged his plans. Each setback pushed him toward more extreme measures. Each betrayal, real or imagined, reinforced his darkening worldview. As the gang departed their mountain sanctuary, leaving behind the ruins of yet another dream, Dutch carried with him lessons that would shape his final, fateful decisions. The time for gradual change and peaceful resistance had passed. In his mind, only one path remained, a bold, decisive move that would secure their future once and for all. The trail down from the mountains seemed to mirror Dutch's own descent, steep, treacherous, with no possibility of return. As they rode toward the lowlands where civilization's grip grew stronger, his thoughts turned to what would become his most audacious plan yet. Not just another robbery or score, but a true gambit that would stake everything on one last throw of the dice. The rain fell in sheets across the worn canvas of their temporary camp, drumming a relentless rhythm that matched the growing tension among the van der Linde gang. Dutch stood at the entrance to his tent, watching water cascade from the brim of his hat as he surveyed what remained of his once mighty family. They'd been reduced to less than half their former strength in recent months, some lost to bullets, others to betrayal, a few simply vanishing in the night as hope dwindled. Behind him, spread across a makeshift table, lay maps of Saint-Denis, the bustling metropolis that represented everything Dutch claimed to despise about modern civilization. Yet it was toward this bastion of progress and law enforcement that he now turned his desperate attention. "You still ain't convinced this is our best move," Dutch stated without turning, somehow sensing Arthur Morgan's approach despite the rain's constant patter. Arthur stood beside him, shoulders hunched against the downpour. "Ain't said that. Don't need to say it. Been riding with you long enough to know your doubts." Dutch finally turned, fixing his lieutenant with an intense stare. "But I need you with me on this, son, all the way." The weight of those words hung between them, heavy with years of shared history. Arthur had followed Dutch through hell and back, believing in his vision of freedom and justice. But recent months had shown cracks in that vision. Cracks that widened with each desperate scheme, each sacrifice of principle for survival. "Just think we should consider other options," Arthur said carefully. "Saint-Denis is crawling with law. Most modern city in the state, Pinkerton's probably got half their forces there by now. Exactly why it's perfect." Dutch's eyes lit with that familiar fire, the passionate certainty that had inspired so many to follow him. "They'll never expect us to hit them at their strongest point. And that bank," he shook his head in wonder, "that bank holds more money than we've ever seen. Enough to finally get us to Tahiti, to freedom." Hosea Matthews approached, moving slowly these days, his once spry frame now bowed by age and hardship. "Dutch, Arthur has a point. This isn't like robbing some frontier bank with a sheriff half drunk in his office. This is our last chance," Dutch interrupted, his voice hardening. "Look around you. We're running out of places to hide, out of friends to call on. The world is closing in and we need a grand gesture, a final play that secures our future." He placed a hand on Hosea's shoulder. "I know it's risky, old friend, but when has that ever stopped us?" Jose's weathered face showed his conflict. 20 years at Dutch's side had taught him when to push and when to yield, but something in Dutch's eyes troubled him, a desperation perhaps, or something darker that hadn't been there in the early years. "At least let me see the plans," Hosea conceded. "Maybe there's a way to reduce the risks." Dutch's smile bloomed, warm and confident. "That's why I need you, Hosea. The wisdom to temper my fire." He gestured toward his tent. "Come, both of you. Let me show you how we're going to write ourselves into legend." Inside, the plans were laid out in meticulous detail, the result of weeks of observation and intelligence gathering. The St. Denis Bank, largest financial institution in the state, repository for the wealth of plantation owners, industrialists, and politicians. Security was formidable. Armed guards, the latest alert systems, proximity to the police station. But Dutch had mapped it all, creating an elaborate scheme involving diversions, precise timing, and multiple escape routes. "We create chaos elsewhere first," Dutch explained, tracing routes on the city map. "Fire at the factory district, disturbance at the shipping yards, draw their forces away before we strike." Hosea studied the plans with professional assessment. Despite his reservations, he couldn't help admiring the thoroughness. "Who do you plan to take in?" "You, Arthur, John, Charles, Javier," Dutch listed off. "Bill and Micah handling the main diversion. Sadie and Lenny securing our escape route through the swamps. That's spreading us mighty thin, Arthur observed. Each person exactly where their strengths are most valuable, Dutch countered. That's how we've always succeeded, using what makes each of us special. The planning continued late into the night, with Hosea suggesting refinements and Arthur questioning contingencies. Through it all, Dutch showed unusual patience, incorporating their input while maintaining the core of his vision. By the time they finished, even Arthur had to admit the plan had merit, though doubts still lurked beneath his reluctant approval. The next morning, Dutch gathered the entire gang to announce the plan. Standing on a fallen log, his powerful voice carrying over the diminishing rain, he painted a picture not just of wealth, but of redemption. "One last job," he proclaimed, his arms spread wide as if embracing them all. "One final score that gives us the fresh start we deserve. Everything we've fought for, everything we've lost, it all comes down to this moment." He detailed the outlines of the plan, assigning roles with absolute confidence in each person's abilities. As he spoke, faces that had been drawn with exhaustion and fear began to show tentative hope. Dutch had always possessed this gift, the ability to inspire belief even when circumstances suggested none was warranted. "What about the innocent folk in that bank?" Abigail asked, holding young Jack close against the morning chill. "There's always shooting nowadays." A shadow passed briefly across Dutch's features. "We are not murderers," he stated firmly. "We take from those who have too much, not from those who are just trying to survive. No unnecessary violence, I give you my word." The days that followed brought intensive preparation. Small groups entered Saint-Denis for reconnaissance, carefully timing guard rotations and police patrols. Sadie and Charles scouted escape routes through the bayou, mapping paths that would be navigable even if pursued. Weapons were cleaned, horses conditioned for hard riding, diversionary explosives prepared. Through it all, Dutch remained unusually calm, as if the enormity of their gamble had granted him a strange serenity. He spent hours in his tent, reading or writing in his journal, emerging occasionally to check on progress or offer encouragement. 3 nights before the planned robbery, Arthur found Dutch alone by the campfire, staring into the flames with an expression of deep contemplation. "Something troubling you?" Arthur asked, settling beside his mentor. Dutch smiled faintly. "Just thinking about how far we've come, all the challenges we've overcome together. Been quite a ride." "More than that, Arthur. We've been changing the world in our own small way, fighting against a system designed to grind down anyone who doesn't fit their mold of proper citizenship." Dutch's voice took on that philosophical tone that had become more common in recent months. "This bank job, it's more than money. It's a statement." Arthur shifted uncomfortably. "Thought it was about getting us all to safety, to that tropical paradise you keep talking about." "That too, of course." Dutch turned to face him, firelight casting dramatic shadows across his features. "But don't you see, every victory against their system is a victory for freedom itself. We're not just saving ourselves, we're carrying the torch of liberty that this country has forgotten." The grandiosity of these statements worried Arthur more than any tactical concerns. There had been a time when Dutch's idealism seemed genuine, his Robin Hood philosophy grounded in a true desire to help the downtrodden. But lately the rhetoric had grown more abstract, more disconnected from the human consequences of their actions. "Just want us all to get through this in one piece," Arthur said carefully. "Been losing too many folks lately." Something hardened in Dutch expression. "That's why we need absolute commitment, absolute faith. Doubt is a luxury we cannot afford." The conversation ended there, but Arthur carried its unsettling undercurrents with him as final preparations were made. He wasn't the only one with concerns. Hosea had grown increasingly quiet as the day approached, while John Marston spent more time with his family, as if storing up memories against some anticipated separation. The morning of the robbery dawned clear and hot, unusual weather for the season. Dutch took it as a good omen, his mood almost jubilant as they prepared to move out. The gang gathered one final time for instructions, checking weapons and synchronizing watches. "Remember," Dutch addressed them, his voice steady and confident. "Whatever happens today, we are family. We leave no one behind. We face whatever comes together, as we always have." The words carried a weight beyond their surface meaning, a recognition, perhaps, that this truly might be their last ride together. One by one they mounted up and departed in their assigned groups, staggered to avoid drawing attention. Dutch rode with Hosea, Arthur, and John, the core of his most trusted circle. As they approached the outskirts of Saint-Denis, the city's industrial sprawl gradually replaced the natural beauty of the countryside. Factories belched smoke into the clear sky, while workers trudged toward their daily labors, oblivious to the drama about to unfold. "Look at them," Dutch murmured as they passed a group of exhausted-looking factory hands. Slaves to wages instead of whips, but slaves nonetheless. That's what civilization offers. New chains disguised as progress. They stabled their horses at a prearranged location and continued on foot, dressed to blend with the city's respectable citizens. Dutch and Hosea in particular looked the part of wealthy businessmen, their manner exuding confidence and authority. As they walked, Hosea voiced one final concern. "Weather's changed from what we expected. Might affect visibility for the signals. We adapt, as always," Dutch replied smoothly. "That's why we're still alive when so many others aren't." They reached their observation point, a small cafe with a clear view of both the bank and the police station. The timing now became critical. Bill and Micah should be preparing their diversion, while Sadie and Lenny would be moving into position along the escape route. Dutch checked his pocket watch. 10 minutes, he said with perfect calm. "Enjoy your coffee, gentlemen. It may be the last peaceful moment we have for some time." Arthur studied the street, noting the regular patrols of police and the bank guards changing shifts exactly as their intelligence had indicated. Everything was proceeding according to plan, yet a deep unease continued to gnaw at him. Then the first explosion rocked the industrial district. Right on schedule, smoke billowed above the rooftops as distant shouts and screams reached them. Police officers began running toward the disturbance, just as Dutch had predicted. "And now the harbor," Dutch murmured, satisfaction evident in his voice. Seconds later, another explosion sounded from the direction of the shipping yards. More police mobilized, leaving the bank with minimal protection. "Time to make our entrance," Dutch declared, standing with fluid grace. "Remember, we are ghosts, in and out before they realize what's happening." They moved with practiced coordination, approaching the bank from different directions to avoid drawing attention. Dutch and Hosea entered first, the perfect picture of wealthy patrons conducting business. Arthur and John followed separately, positioning themselves strategically near the entrance and the teller windows. For the first crucial minutes, everything went perfectly. Dutch and Hosea charmed the bank manager, gaining access to the back offices where the main vault was located. The few remaining guards were positioned exactly where expected, their attention focused outward toward the distant disturbances. Then Arthur noticed the first deviation from their intelligence. A woman he didn't recognize, expensively dressed, clearly someone of importance, entered the manager's office with 2 private guards. Not bank security, but personal protection, alert and professional in their bearing. He caught Dutch's eye, signaling the complication. Dutch acknowledged with the slightest nod, continuing his conversation without missing a beat. This was where Dutch's genius had always shone brightest, his ability to adapt, to incorporate unexpected elements into his plans. The moment came with the precision of theatre. Dutch drew his revolvers simultaneously with Hosea, John, and Arthur, their movements so synchronized it seemed rehearsed. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dutch announced in that commanding voice that could fill a room without shouting, "this is a robbery. Remain calm, follow instructions, and no one need be hurt." Panic flashed across faces, but Dutch's authoritative presence prevented immediate chaos. The bank staff froze, while customers slowly raised their hands. "Now then," Dutch continued, gesturing toward the vault with one revolver, "the manager will open the vault while my associate collects valuables from our distinguished patrons." The plan was unfolding with remarkable smoothness, despite the unexpected presence of the wealthy woman and her guards. Hosea accompanied the terrified manager toward the vault, while John began collecting jewelry and wallets. Arthur kept watch at the entrance, monitoring the street outside. The police were still occupied with the diversions, but he knew that wouldn't last. Time was their most precious commodity now. Inside the vault, Hosea supervised as trembling bank employees filled bags with cash and securities. Dutch kept the main room controlled, his commanding presence preventing any attempts at heroism. Then everything changed in an instant. One of the wealthy woman's guards made a sudden move, faster than anyone anticipated. His hand emerged from his jacket with a derringer, a small, easily concealed weapon. Before Arthur could shout a warning, the guard fired at Dutch. The bullet grazed Dutch's shoulder, throwing off his aim as he returned fire. The enclosed space of the bank amplified the gunshots to deafening levels. The guard fell, but the damage was done. The carefully maintained control shattered as customers screamed and scrambled for cover. Dutch's expression transformed from controlled authority to something darker. "Change of plans," he called to his companions. "We accelerate, now." The next moments passed in controlled chaos. Hosea and the bank employees emerged from the vault with bulging bags of money. John finished collecting valuables from the trembling customers. Arthur maintained his position at the door, watching with growing concern as police began returning to the area, drawn by the gunshots. "We need to move," Arthur urged. "They're coming back." Dutch nodded grimly, blood staining his fine coat where the bullet had grazed him. "Ladies and gentlemen, your cooperation is appreciated. Remain inside for 10 minutes after our departure, and no harm will come to you." They backed toward the door, weapons trained on the huddled customers and staff. The wealthy woman stared at Dutch with surprising composure, her eyes measuring him with cold calculation. "I know your face now," she said clearly, "as does my husband, the mayor." A flicker of concern crossed Dutch's features, quickly masked. "Then consider this a tax on corruption, madam. Your husband has taken far more from the working people of this city than we could ever steal." They exited the bank in tight formation, immediately confronted by the changed situation outside. Police were returning in force, alerted by the gunshots. The carefully planned escape route was already being cut off. "Secondary route," Dutch ordered sharply, "through the market." They moved quickly, still burdened with the heavy bags of money. Gunfire erupted behind them as police caught sight of their retreat. Citizens scattered in panic, creating momentary confusion that worked to the gang's advantage. Then disaster struck again. As they turned down an alley that should have provided cover, they found it blocked by a police wagon. officers already dismounting with weapons drawn. "This way!" Hosea called, indicating a narrow passage between buildings. The confined space forced them to move single file, vulnerable to pursuit. More shots rang out, bullets striking the walls around them. They emerged into a small courtyard, momentarily sheltered from direct fire. Dutch assessed their situation with remarkable calm despite the blood now soaking his shirt. "We're cut off from the planned routes. Need to improvise," he turned to Hosea. "The trolley station, can we reach it?" "Possibly," Hosea replied, his breath coming in labored gasps. The older outlaw was struggling with the exertion and stress, but it's exposed ground to cross. "No choice now. Ready yourselves." They burst from the courtyard onto a main street, immediately drawing fire from police positions. Running in a crouch, they returned fire while making for the trolley station visible a block away. Citizens screamed and fled the crossfire, adding to the chaos. Dutch led them with absolute confidence despite the deteriorating situation, his revolvers dropping police officers with deadly accuracy. For a moment, it seemed they might actually reach the station intact. Then Hosea stumbled, a red stain blossoming on his vest. "Hosea!" Dutch cried, turning back despite the danger. Arthur reached the fallen outlaw first, dragging him into the marginal cover of a storefront. Hosea's face was grey with pain, blood bubbling from his lips as he tried to speak. "Go," he managed finally. "Too late for me. Save yourselves." Dutch knelt beside his oldest friend, genuine anguish breaking through his controlled exterior. "No. We stay together. Always have. Don't be a fool," Hosea whispered, gripping Dutch's arm with surprising strength. "Get them out. That's what matters now." A police fire intensified around their position. John and Arthur returned shots, but they were pinned down and rapidly running out of options. "Dutch, we need to move," John shouted over the gunfire, "or none of us are getting out." The moment stretched like wire, ready to snap. Dutch torn between loyalty to his dying friend and responsibility to the rest of the gang. For perhaps the first time in his life, indecision paralyzed his normally quick mind. Jose made the choice for him, pushing him away with the last of his strength. "Go, lead them out." His eyes held Dutch's for one final moment. "Remember who you were. Who we were." Dutch's face contorted with grief and rage. Then the leader reasserted control over the man, his features hardening into determined resolve. "Cover me," he ordered John and Arthur. "We make for the trolley platform, now." They provided covering fire as Dutch retrieved the heaviest money bags, leaving some behind in the necessity of the moment. Together, they made a desperate dash across the exposed streets, bullets kicking up dust at their heels. Behind them, Hosea Matthews, philosopher, con man, moral compass of the Vanderlyn gang, closed his eyes for the final time, the sounds of battle fading from his awareness. They reached the trolley platform amid a hail of gunfire, finding momentary shelter behind a ticket booth. The planned escape route was completely compromised now, with police swarming the area and more arriving by the minute. "Where's Zadie and Lenny?" John gasped, reloading his weapons with shaking hands. "Thought they were securing our exit." "Communication broke down when we changed routes," Dutch replied grimly. "We're on our own now." Arthur peered around their cover, assessing the dire situation. "Too many to fight through, Dutch. We need another way." Dutch's eyes scanned their surroundings with fierce intensity, that remarkable tactical mind working despite the chaos. "The trolley. We take the trolley itself." It was audacious to the point of madness, commandeering a public trolley car as an escape vehicle. But audacity had always been Dutch's hallmark, and in this moment of desperation, it offered their only chance. A trolley was approaching the platform, its conductor unaware of the gun battle happening just beyond his view. Dutch waited until the last possible moment, then led their charge onto the vehicle, weapons drawn. "Everyone off," he ordered the terrified passengers. "Now!" People scrambled to obey, fleeing the armed men without hesitation. Dutch forced the conductor aside, taking control of the trolley's operations with surprising competence. "Hold them off," he shouted to Arthur and John as the trolley lurched into motion. What followed was a running battle through the streets of Saint-Denis. Arthur and John fired from the moving trolley as police pursued on horseback and on foot. Dutch drove the vehicle with reckless speed, sending it careening around corners and through intersections. The money bags lay secured beneath a seat, their contents now secondary to the desperate fight for survival. Buildings flashed past as the trolley accelerated beyond its intended speed, wheels screaming on the metal tracks. "We need to abandon this soon," Arthur called to Dutch. "They'll have the routes blocked ahead." Dutch nodded grimly, blood loss beginning to affect his complexion. "The bridge. If we can reach the bridge, we might find a way through." The trolley continued its headlong rush through the city, leaving chaos in its wake. Police resources were stretched thin, trying to contain both the original diversions and this mobile threat. For a brief, miraculous moment, it seemed Dutch's desperate gambit might actually succeed. Then they rounded a corner to find the way blocked. Police had established a barricade across the tracks. Officers positioned with rifles trained on the approaching trolley. "Brace yourselves," Dutch warned as he made no attempt to slow their vehicle. The trolley smashed through the barricade at full speed, wood splintering and men diving for safety. But the impact damaged the trolley's mechanism, sending it veering off the tracks and into a market stall. The crash threw them forward, stunning them momentarily with its violence. Dutch recovered first, dragging himself from the wreckage with the money bags clutched in one hand. "On foot from here," he ordered, helping John extricate himself from broken timbers. Arthur emerged last, bleeding from a gash on his forehead but still functional. They fled the crash site as police converged from multiple directions, making for the bridge that represented their last hope of escape. The St. Denis Bridge loomed ahead, spanning the wide river that separated the city from the bayou beyond. If they could cross it, the swamps and forests would provide cover and escape routes that the police would struggle to follow. But the bridge itself presented a final, nearly insurmountable obstacle. Police had established positions at its entrance, while civilians fled the approaching gunfight, creating a chaotic scene of moving targets and innocent bystanders. Dutch paused in the shelter of an abandoned cart, assessing their diminishing options. His shoulder wound was bleeding freely now, and exhaustion showed in every line of his body, yet his eyes remained alert, calculating. "We're not going to make it across," John stated the obvious, reloading his guns with his last ammunition. "Not shooting our way through," Dutch agreed, then his gaze fixed on something beyond the bridge. "But perhaps we don't need to fight." Arthur followed his line of sight, spotting a small riverboat docked nearby. A change in transportation," Dutch confirmed, "if we can reach it." Words became unnecessary as they moved with the coordination born of years fighting together. They abandoned their frontal approach to the bridge, instead working their way along the waterfront toward the riverboat. Police, focused on the bridge they expected the outlaws to attempt crossing, took crucial minutes to realize the change in strategy. By then, Dutch, Arthur, and John had reached the riverboat's gangplank. The vessel was preparing for departure, crew members casting off lines while passengers gathered on deck. Dutch led them aboard with confident strides, as if they belonged there, concealing their weapons and the telltale money bags beneath their coats. They were halfway across the deck when shouts from shore announced their discovery. Police began firing from the dock, bullets splintering wood around them. "The wheelhouse," Dutch directed, abandoning any pretense of belonging. They fought their way through panicking passengers, reaching the ship's control center where the captain and first mate stood frozen in shock. "You're now transporting some additional cargo," Dutch informed them, gesturing with his revolver. "Take us down river, now." The captain complied with shaking hands, signaling for the engines to engage. The riverboat began pulling away from the dock as police attempted to board, some jumping across the widening gap between ship and shore. What followed was a confined, vicious fight across the decks of the moving vessel. Arthur and John held the lower gangways, while Dutch secured the wheelhouse, ensuring their passage continued downriver. Passengers cowered in cabins or dove overboard to escape the violence. As the riverboat rounded a bend in the river, temporarily shielded from police fire from the shore, Dutch reassessed their situation. The boat was compromised, with officers still aboard and more likely following by land along the riverbank. "We need to abandon ship," he decided, "take to the water and make for the eastern shore." The bayou waited on that side, a maze of cypress trees, alligator-infested waters, and hidden paths known only to locals and outlaws. If they could reach it, they might disappear long enough to rendezvous with any surviving gang members. They fought their way to the port side of the vessel, the money bags now secured in waterproof oilskin. Police fire from both the shore and the upper deck intensified as their intentions became clear. "On my mark," Dutch instructed, watching for the approaching shoreline of the bayou. 3, 2, 1, now! They plunged into the murky river together, the shock of cold water momentarily disorientating. Bullets struck the water around them as they swam desperately for the tangle of cypress and mangrove that marked the bayou's edge. Reaching the shelter of vegetation, they dragged themselves onto muddy ground, gasping for breath. The riverboat continued downstream, police attention still focused on the vessel, rather than the three figures who had left it. "We made it," John breathed, disbelieving their fortune. "Not yet," Dutch cautioned, checking that the money bags had survived their immersion. "Long way to go before we're clear." They moved deeper into the bayou, using game trails and shallow waterways for guidance. Dutch led them with unerring instinct despite his worsening condition. The bullet wound in his shoulder had been exacerbated by their swim, and his normally bronze complexion had paled to an alarming grey. As twilight settled over the swamp, bringing clouds of mosquitoes and the distant bellowing of alligators, they finally paused to rest. Finding relatively dry ground beneath a massive cypress, they took stock of their situation. "Hosea's gone," Arthur said quietly, naming the terrible reality they had been too busy surviving to fully acknowledge. Dutch's face showed raw grief for a moment before hardening once more. "He died so we could continue, so we could get free." He patted the waterlogged money bags. "And we have this. Enough to get us all away, start fresh somewhere civilization can't reach us." "All of us?" John questioned, his meaning clear. In the chaos of their escape, the rest of the gang had been scattered or left behind. "We'll find them," Dutch insisted, "or they'll find us. We have contingency plans, meeting points," but doubt flickered behind his confident words. The temperature dropped with nightfall, their wet clothes becoming an additional hazard in the swamp's chill. They didn't dare risk a fire that might attract pursuit. Instead, they huddled beneath the cypress, taking turns at watch while the others attempted to rest. During his watch, Arthur observed Dutch in unguarded moments. The charismatic leader, usually so composed, showed signs of deep distress beyond his physical wounds. His hands trembled slightly as he checked and rechecked his weapons. Occasionally he muttered to himself, fragments of arguments or justifications that made sense only to him. By morning, Dutch's condition had worsened. Fever flushed his cheeks and he moved with careful deliberation that spoke of significant pain. Yet he refused to acknowledge any weakness, insisting they continue their journey toward a trapper's cabin he knew in the region. They traveled slowly through the difficult terrain, constantly alert for pursuit. By midday they reached the cabin, a dilapidated structure that had clearly been abandoned for some time. It offered shelter, however, and a defensible position from which to plan their next move. Inside, Dutch finally allowed Arthur to examine his wound. The bullet graze had become infected, the flesh around it angry and swollen. "Need to clean this proper," Arthur advised. "Got any of that moonshine left in your flask?" Dutch nodded, gritting his teeth against the pain as Arthur used the alcohol to cleanse the wound. Throughout the process, Dutch continued planning aloud, as if ignoring his physical distress could make it disappear. "Once we've rested, we'll make for the western meeting point. Sadie and Charles will likely head there if they got clear. From there, we can—" "Dutch," John interrupted softly. "Maybe we should consider alternatives." Dutch's eyes narrowed dangerously. "What alternatives?" "The plan failed. Hosea's dead. We don't know who else made it out. Maybe it's time to separate, regroup later when things cool down." The suggestion hung in the stifling air of the cabin. For a long moment, Dutch stared at John as if seeing a stranger. Then his expression shifted, something calculating replacing the initial anger. "You want to leave," he stated flatly. "Abandon the family when we need unity most." "Not abandon," John protested. "Just survive. Smaller groups attract less attention. Is that what you think, Arthur?" Dutch turned his intense gaze to his other lieutenant. "That we should fragment what remains of our family?" Arthur chose his words with extreme care, aware of Dutch's volatile state. "Think we need to be realistic. Law's gonna be hunting us harder than ever after this. Might be smart to lay low separately for a while." Dutch's laugh held no humor. "Realistic. Always the pragmatist, Arthur." He struggled to his feet, fever lending an unnatural brightness to his eyes. "After everything we've been through, after everything I've done for you, for both of you, this is how loyalty ends?" "Ain't about loyalty," Arthur countered, rising to face Dutch directly. "It's about survival, about doing what's best for everyone. And you presume to know what's best better than I do?" Dutch's voice rose dangerously. "I, who led us through countless dangers? Who created this family when you had nothing and no one?" The confrontation balanced on a knife's edge. Decades of complex relationships straining under the pressure of failure and loss. Outside, thunder rumbled as a storm approached, mirroring the tension within the cabin. Then, something unexpected broke the standoff. A voice called from outside, familiar, female, urgent. "Arthur, John, Dutch, you in there?" "Sadie," John identified with relief, moving quickly to the door. Sadie Adler entered cautiously, rifle ready and eyes scanning for threats. Behind her came Charles Smith, silent as always but equally watchful. Both showed signs of hard travel and recent violence. "Thank God," Sadie breathed upon seeing them. "Thought you might all be dead after what happened in the city." "Hosea is," Arthur informed them grimly. "Others?" "Scattered," Charles replied. Lenny took a bad hit during the escape. Javier got him to a doctor, but he shrugged, the gesture conveying uncertain hope at best. The women, Jack? John asked desperately. Safe, Sadie assured him. We got them to the backup camp like planned, but we can't stay there long. Pinkertons are swarming every settlement within 50 miles. Dutch had watched this exchange in silence, his fevered mind processing the new information. When he finally spoke, his voice had regained some of its usual commanding resonance. You see, the family endures. Even in our darkest hour, we find each other. He gestured expansively, including everyone in his vision. This is not defeat. This is merely a setback on our road to freedom. The others exchanged concerned glances. Dutch's rhetoric seemed increasingly disconnected from their desperate reality. The St. Denis job had been a catastrophe. Hosea dead, Lenny possibly dying, the gangs scattered, and every law enforcement agency in the region hunting them with unprecedented resources. Dutch, you're burning up with fever, Arthur said carefully. Need to rest before making any more plans. Rest? While our enemies gather strength? Dutch shook his head violently. No. We move tonight. Use the storm as cover. Make for the mountains, where they can't follow easily. You ain't in condition to travel, Arthur insisted, daring to place a restraining hand on Dutch's arm. Dutch shook him off with surprising strength. Don't tell me what I can do, son. I was surviving when you were still learning to walk. The confrontation might have escalated further, but Charles stepped between them, his calm presence diffusing the immediate tension. Food first, he suggested practically. I brought supplies. We all think clearer with full stomachs. The simple wisdom of this couldn't be denied. While Charles prepared a modest meal from his provisions, Dutch retreated to a corner of the cabin, alternately writing furiously in his journal and staring into space with unnervingly focused intensity. Arthur took advantage of the moment to speak privately with Sadie and John outside, sheltered from the beginning rainfall by the cabin's small pool. Ain't right, Arthur stated plainly. Fever's part of it, but it's more than that. Been getting worse for months. Noticed, Sadie agreed grimly. Way he talks about Tahiti, about farming mangoes, like he's living in some dream world while everything burns around us. What are you suggesting? John asked, though his expression suggested he already knew. Arthur sighed heavily, the weight of loyalty warring with painful reality. Maybe we need to make decisions without him, for once. The blasphemy of this statement hung in the humid air. For over 20 years, Dutch van der Linde had been the unquestioned leader of their family, his word nearly sacred law. To suggest circumventing his authority was almost unthinkable. Saved all of us, John reminded them unnecessarily. Gave us purpose, taught us everything. And he's leading us to destruction now, Arthur countered quietly. You said it yourself inside. Maybe it's time to separate, at least until things cool down. Their discussion was interrupted by Dutch himself appearing suddenly in the doorway. How much he had overheard was impossible to determine from his carefully neutral expression. Charles has food ready, he announced. Best eat while it's hot. He studied them for a moment longer, then added with deliberate lightness. Conspiring against the old man, are we? Just discussing options, Arthur replied, meeting Dutch's gaze directly. Of course you are. Dutch smiled thinly. Well, come inside. We have plans to make. Together. As family. The meal passed in uncomfortable silence, broken only by the intensifying storm outside. Rain lashed against the cabin's thin walls while thunder shook the timbers. Dutch ate little, his fever visibly worsening despite his attempts to hide it. His hands trembled as he unfolded a map across the rough table. Here, he indicated a point in the distant mountains. That's where we'll regroup with the others. Temporary shelter until we can arrange passage out of the country. Arthur studied the location with growing concern. That's 3 days' hard ride through territory crawling with Pinkertons and bounty hunters. In your condition? My condition is not up for discussion, Dutch snapped, then immediately softened his tone with visible effort. The money we secured will get us through, buy us transport, supplies, whatever we need. How much did we actually get away with? Sadie asked practically. Dutch patted the oilskin-wrapped bundles with satisfaction. Enough. More than enough. Charles, who had been silently observing from the shadows, finally spoke. The law will expect us to head west, always have before. Precisely why we'll initially move east, Dutch countered, his tactical mind still functioning despite his deteriorating physical state. Cross the state line, then swing north toward the mountains. Misdirection has always served us well. The plan had merit, Arthur had to admit. Dutch's strategic genius remained intact, even as other faculties seemed to fade. But the risks were enormous, especially with Dutch barely able to stay upright. When do we move? John asked, resigned to following Dutch's lead once more. Tonight, under cover of the storm, Dutch answered without hesitation. Charles, you and Sadie head back to the women's camp. Bring them to the mountain rendezvous by a separate route. Arthur, John and I will travel together with the money. There it was, the division Arthur had feared. Dutch was separating them, keeping those he perceived as most loyal close to him and the precious money. The others exchanged glances, recognizing the maneuver for what it was. Might make more sense for me to go with Charles and Sadie, Arthur suggested carefully. Better protection for the women if they're pursued. Dutch's eyes narrowed dangerously. You questioning my judgment again, Arthur? Just considering all angles, Arthur replied, refusing to be baited. Like you taught me. For a moment, tension crackled between them like the lightning outside. Then Dutch smiled, a tight, unnatural expression that didn't reach his eyes. Always thinking, Arthur, always planning. He sighed dramatically. Very well, you go with them, John stays with me. The compromise surprised Arthur. Perhaps Dutch was more rational than he'd feared. Or perhaps he simply recognized the practical value of Arthur's suggestion. Get some rest now, Dutch continued, his voice regaining some of its old warmth. We move at midnight when the storm should be at its peak. Dutch retreated to a corner of the cabin, wrapping himself in a threadbare blanket despite his fever. Within minutes, exhaustion claimed him, his breathing becoming deep if somewhat labored. The others gathered near the cabin's small fireplace, speaking in hushed tones. It ain't gonna make it in this condition, Arthur observed grimly. Wounds infected bad, needs a doctor. No doctors within reach that ain't reporting to Pinkertons, Sadie countered. Best we can do is clean it again, hope for the best. And if he can't ride, John asked, the unthinkable question hanging heavy in the air. No one answered immediately. The implications were too painful to voice aloud. Dutch Vanderlyn had been their center, their guiding star for so long that imagining the gang without him seemed impossible. We cross that bridge when we come to it, Arthur finally said. For now, let's prepare to move. They spent the next hours checking weapons, dividing supplies, and planning routes. Outside, the storm raged with increasing fury, providing both cover for their departure and obstacles to overcome. Near midnight, as they prepared to wake Dutch, Arthur made a disturbing discovery. The oilskin-wrapped money bundles had been moved from their original position. Some quick inspection confirmed his suspicion. Dutch had hidden the bulk of the money, keeping only a small portion visible. "You doesn't trust us," John realized, seeing Arthur's expression. "Fever's making him paranoid," Arthur replied, though doubt colored his words. Had the paranoia preceded the fever? Had it been growing for months as Dutch's grand vision crumbled around them? The question became moot as Dutch stirred, rising with evident pain but determined energy. His eyes were unnaturally bright, his movements stiff but purposeful. "Time to move," he announced, checking his weapons with methodical precision. "Charles, Sadie, Arthur, you know your path. John and I will take the eastern route as planned." "Dutch," Arthur began cautiously, "you sure you're up to riding? Could rest another day, let that fever break." Dutch's laugh held a bitter edge. "Rest? In a world that never rests in its pursuit of us? No, Arthur. We move now while we still can." There was no arguing with him in this state. They made final preparations in tense silence, then gathered at the cabin door as the storm briefly lessened. 3 days to the rendezvous," Dutch reminded them. "If anyone is delayed, the others wait no more than 2 additional days before moving on. Survival must take precedence over sentiment now." The cold practicality of these instructions struck Arthur painfully. Once, Dutch would have vowed to wait for any missing family member until the end of time itself. The change spoke volumes about their deteriorating circumstances. Dutch embraced each of them before they parted, even Arthur despite their recent tensions. For a moment, the old Dutch shone through the fever and paranoia, his eyes clear and focused. "Take care of them, son," he murmured to Arthur, gripping his shoulder with surprising strength. "Whatever happens, the family survives. That's what matters." Then the moment passed, and Dutch was mounting his horse with John's assistance, the small portion of visible money secured to his saddle. They departed first, disappearing into the storm-tossed darkness with only a final backward glance from John. Arthur watched them go with profound unease. Something in Dutch's farewell had sounded too final, too accepting of separation. "Is planning something we don't know about?" Arthur voiced his concern as they prepared their own horses. "Always is," Sadie replied pragmatically. "Question is whether it'll get him killed this time." They rode through the night, the storm both hiding their passage and slowing their progress. By dawn, they had covered less ground than hoped, forcing them to seek shelter in an abandoned barn as patrols became more likely in daylight. As they waited for darkness to resume their journey, Arthur found himself dwelling on Dutch's transformation. The idealistic revolutionary who had once inspired such devotion had become something harder, darker, a man whose grand dreams seemed increasingly disconnected from the bloody reality they created. "You'd known him longer than anyone except Hosea," Charles observed, noticing Arthur's preoccupation. "Think he's still the man you followed all these years?" Arthur considered the question carefully. "Parts of him are. The loyalty to family, the refusal to accept the world as it is. That's still there." He sighed heavily. "But something's changed. Like he's lost sight of why we were fighting in the first place." "Power changes people," Charles replied with simple wisdom. "Even the power to command loyalty like his." They resumed their journey after sunset, making better time as the storm finally abated. The countryside showed increasing signs of law enforcement activity. Patrols on major roads, wanted posters with their likenesses in every settlement, civilians watching travelers with suspicious eyes. The St. Denis robbery had elevated them from common outlaws to prime targets. Newspaper headlines screamed about the massacre at St. Denis Bank, wildly exaggerating the casualties while describing Dutch as a bloodthirsty revolutionary bent on destroying civilization itself. By the second day, it became clear they wouldn't reach the women's camp as quickly as planned. Roadblocks and patrols forced them into increasingly circuitous routes. Arthur found himself wondering if Dutch and John were facing similar challenges, and whether Dutch's deteriorating condition was worsening under the strain. They finally reached the backup camp shortly before dawn on the third day, approaching cautiously in case it had been discovered. The small collection of tents nestled in a wooded ravine appeared undisturbed, but Arthur sensed something wrong immediately. "Too quiet," he murmured to his companions. "Should be someone on watch." They dismounted, drawing weapons as they advanced on foot. The camp appeared recently abandoned. Cooking fire cold but not old, personal belongings still in tents. Signs of hasty departure were evident, but no indications of violence or struggle. "They left in a hurry," Sadie observed, examining the site. "Not long ago either." "Miss Grimshaw wouldn't leave without good reason," Arthur replied, concern growing. "Must have been spotted or got word of approaching law." Charles, who had been examining tracks around the perimeter, returned with troubling news. "They left yesterday, heading north. But there are other tracks too. Riders came from the east, then followed in the same direction." "Pinkertons?" Sadie asked, checking her weapons instinctively. "No," Charles replied grimly. "Two riders. One horse had a distinctive shoe pattern I recognize." He met Arthur's gaze directly. Dutch's horse. The implications landed with leaden weight. Dutch had changed his plan, coming to the women's camp instead of heading to the rendezvous point. But why? And where was John? "Could mean nothing," Sadie suggested without conviction. "Maybe they avoided patrols by coming this way." "Maybe," Arthur agreed, though his instincts screamed otherwise. "Either way, we follow these tracks. Find our people." They rested briefly before setting out, following the trail northward. Charles's tracking skills proved invaluable as the signs became increasingly difficult to discern on rocky ground. By midday, they had reached troubling conclusions. Women were moving fast, not trying to hide their trail, Charles observed. Dutch and his companions stayed further back, but definitely following. "Like they didn't want to be seen," Arthur translated, his unease growing. "Dutch should have announced himself if he found the camp. Something ain't right." Their concerns deepened when they discovered a campsite near a stream crossing. Evidence showed the women had stopped briefly, then continued with even greater haste. Dutch's smaller party had lingered longer, based on the fire remains. "Blood here," Charles indicated a dark stain on trampled grass. "Not much, but recent." "John?" Sadie wondered aloud. "Or Dutch wound worsening," Arthur suggested, though neither option brought comfort. They pushed their horses harder despite their exhaustion, sensing time growing short. The trail led into increasingly rugged country, the foothills of the mountains that had been their original destination. Late in the afternoon, distant gunfire broke the silence. They spurred their mounts toward the sound, caution overwhelmed by concern for their friends. The terrain became steeper, forcing them to abandon their horses and continue on foot, moving as quickly as the rough ground allowed. Cresting a ridge, they finally located the source of the conflict. In a small plateau below, a desperate scene was unfolding. The women and remaining gang members had established a defensive position among some boulders, exchanging fire with a larger force spread along the opposite side of the clearing. "Pinkertons," Sadie identified grimly. "Must have been tracking them for days." Arthur surveyed the situation with experienced eyes. The gang was pinned down, outnumbered, with limited cover and ammunition. Even as he watched, Tilly returned fire before ducking back as bullets struck her position. We need to draw some of their attention, he decided immediately. Give our people a chance to retreat. They spread out along the ridge, seeking firing positions that would flank the Pinkerton force. As they moved, Arthur caught sight of something that froze his blood. Dutch's distinctive figure observing the battle from a distant overlook, apparently making no move to assist the embattled gang members. "What the hell is he doing?" Arthur hissed, adjusting his position to keep both Dutch and the Pinkertons in view. "Being smart, maybe," Sadie suggested, though doubt tinged her voice. "Can't help them if he gets himself killed rushing in." But Arthur's instincts told him otherwise. Something about Dutch's posture, his isolation from the conflict, suggested he was merely watching. "Wait. Start firing on my signal," Arthur instructed his companions. "I'm going to try reaching our people from the eastern approach. Cover me once I'm moving." The plan was dangerous but necessary. Their elevated position would distract the Pinkertons temporarily, while Arthur might manage to reach the gang's position and help organize a retreat. Risky, but better than watching their family be systematically destroyed. Arthur began his circuitous approach, using the terrain for cover as he worked his way down from the ridge. Behind him, Sadie and Charles opened fire, their shots raining down on the Pinkerton positions with deadly accuracy. The distraction worked as planned. Pinkertons scattered for better cover, attention divided between their original targets and the new threat from above. Arthur used the confusion to close more distance, finally reaching a position where he could observe the gang's situation more clearly. Miss Grimshaw was directing their defense with characteristic efficiency, positioning shooters and conserving ammunition. Abigail huddled with Jack behind the most substantial cover, the boy's face buried against his mother's shoulder. Karen and Mary Beth took turns firing a single rifle, while Pearson treated what appeared to be a wound on Tilly's arm. Still no sign of John, which worried Arthur deeply, and Dutch remained at his distant vantage point, now barely visible as he'd moved back from the exposed overlook. Arthur waited for a lull in the firing, then made his final approach. "Miss Grimshaw," he called as he neared their position. "It's Arthur." Javier's head appeared briefly, confirming Arthur's presence, before providing covering fire as Arthur sprinted the final distance to their shelter. "Arthur Morgan," Miss Grimshaw greeted him with grim relief. "Thought you might be dead." "Not yet," he replied, crouching beside her as bullets struck nearby rocks. "What happened? Where's John?" Her expression darkened further. "Dutch showed up at camp yesterday. Said you and the others had been killed by Pinkertons, but we needed to move immediately to a new location he'd found." Cold dread settled in Arthur's stomach. "And John?" "Wasn't with him," Abigail answered, moving closer with Jack still clutched protectively. "Dutch said they got separated during a firefight, that John told him to get to us, make sure we were safe." The story could have been true, but combined with Dutch's current behavior, observing from a distance rather than joining the defense, Arthur's suspicions crystallized into terrible certainty. "We need to move," he stated, pushing personal concerns aside for the moment. "Sadie and Charles are providing distraction from the ridge. If we time it right, we can break contact, head for the forest to the north." "Been trying," Javier informed him bitterly. "They've got the approaches covered, and we've got wounded who can't move fast." Arthur assessed their dwindling options, acutely aware that time was working against them. Ammunition was running low, daylight fading, and the Pinkertons seemed content to wait them out rather than risk a frontal assault against desperate outlaws. "Arthur!" Abigail's voice pulled him from his tactical considerations. "Why would Dutch lie about you? About John?" The question cut to the heart of his growing suspicions, but before he could formulate a response, A new development demanded attention. Riders approaching, Karen called from her position. From the west. Arthur's heart sank further. Reinforcements for the Pinkertons would doom them completely. But as he shifted position to observe the newcomers, astonishment replaced dread. John Marston led a group of horsemen at a full gallop toward the Pinkerton positions. Behind him rode Bill, Lenny looking pale but upright in his saddle, and several others they'd feared lost. They hit the Pinkerton flank like a thunderbolt, firing from horseback with reckless accuracy. "Now," Arthur shouted to his people, "move while they're distracted." The unexpected cavalry charge had indeed scattered the Pinkerton formation, creating the opening they desperately needed. Arthur organized their withdrawal with practiced efficiency, helping Tilly while Javier supported Pearson, who apparently had taken a bullet in the leg earlier. "Head for the trees," Arthur directed them. "John's buying us time. Don't waste it." As the gang broke cover and began their retreat, Arthur glanced toward Dutch's observation point. The leader was gone, his position abandoned. Scanning quickly, Arthur caught a glimpse of a lone rider moving away from the battle, heading eastward at a steady pace. Dutch was leaving, abandoning them all. The realization should have shocked him more than it did. Perhaps he'd been seeing the signs for months. Dutch's increasing paranoia, his willingness to sacrifice others for his grand vision, his obsession with loyalty that demanded everything and returned increasingly little. There was no time to dwell on betrayal now. Arthur focused on getting his people to safety, directing them toward the forest edge, where they'd have better protection from pursuit. John and his group continued their harassment of the Pinkertons, gradually disengaging to follow the main party's retreat. They regrouped in the deepening shadows of the pine forest, accounting for everyone with visible relief. Wounds were treated, ammunition redistributed, exhausted embraces exchanged between those who'd feared each other lost. John dismounted beside Arthur, his expression a complex mixture of anger, relief, and grim determination. "Dutch?" he asked simply. "Gone," Arthur replied, no elaboration needed between them. "You?" John's face hardened. "Left me to die in an ambush. Took the money and rode off while I was pinned down by bounty hunters." He shook his head, old loyalty warring with bitter betrayal. "Would have finished me if Bill hadn't shown up with the others." The confirmation of Dutch betrayal landed heavily, yet somehow without surprise. The Dutch they had followed for 20 years was gone, or perhaps had never truly existed outside their loyal imaginations. "We need to move," Arthur decided, pushing aside personal feelings to focus on immediate survival. "Pinkertons will regroup, come after us with everything they've got." "Where?" Miss Grimshaw asked the crucial question. "Every road is watched, every town has our descriptions." Arthur considered their dwindling options. The original plan, the mountain hideout, was compromised if Dutch was headed there with the money. Returning to familiar territories would lead them straight into Pinkerton traps. "West," John suggested unexpectedly. "Not just temporarily, really west. California maybe, or north to Canada." "Start over," Arthur translated, the concept simultaneously terrifying and liberating. "Leave Dutch's dream behind, find our own." The idea resonated with an emotional force that surprised him. For so long, Dutch's vision had defined their existence. His goals had been their goals, his enemies their enemies. The possibility of charting their own course felt like waking from a long, complicated dream. "It won't be easy," Charles observed, practical as always. "We're wanted in multiple states, have wounded, women, a child." "When has it ever been easy?" Sadie countered with grim humor. "At least this time we're choosing the direction ourselves." The decision crystallized among them without formal vote or further debate. Whatever Dutch had become, whatever he was planning now with the money he'd taken, they would find their own path forward, together as the family they truly were. They moved through the night, putting distance between themselves and the Pinkerton forces. By dawn, they had reached a decision point, a fork in the trail that would take them either west toward new territories or east toward Dutch's original mountain rendezvous. Arthur paused at this crossroads, looking eastward with complex emotions. For 20 years he had followed Dutch van der Linde's vision, believing in the man's dream of freedom and justice in a world increasingly hostile to both. That faith had cost him relationships, opportunities, perhaps even his soul at times. Yet despite everything, the betrayal, the abandonment, the lives lost to Dutch's increasingly desperate schemes, Arthur couldn't help wondering about his former mentor. Was Dutch heading to the rendezvous with his stolen money, expecting loyal followers who would never arrive? Or had he already moved on to some new location, some new dream, untainted by recent failures? Thinking about going after him, John asked quietly, reading Arthur's expression with the insight of shared history. Thought crossed my mind, Arthur admitted. All that money could help a lot of people start new lives. Could get you killed too, John pointed out. Dutch ain't himself anymore, if he ever was. Arthur nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth in John's words. Whatever Dutch had become, or perhaps always been, beneath the charismatic exterior, pursuing him now would likely end in further tragedy. West it is, Arthur decided, turning his back on the eastern path and all it represented. Time to write our own story. The gang family continued their journey as the sun rose fully, illuminating the path ahead. They carried little money and few possessions, were pursued by powerful enemies, and faced uncertain prospects in unfamiliar territories. But they were together, free from Dutch's increasingly dangerous vision. For the first time in years, Arthur felt something like hope stirring within his weary soul. Not Dutch's grandiose dreams of utopian paradise, but something more modest and perhaps more attainable, the possibility of decent lives built on their own terms. Behind them, somewhere in the mountains to the east, Dutch van der Linde would doubtless continue his crusade against civilization's advance. Perhaps he would find new followers, inspire new loyalty with his undeniable charisma and passionate rhetoric. Perhaps he would even achieve some version of his dream, though Arthur increasingly doubted it. Dutch's last gamble had failed, but in that failure he had inadvertently given his former family an unexpected gift: the freedom to find their own way, unburdened by his increasingly destructive vision. It wasn't the legacy Dutch would have chosen, but it might prove more valuable than any stolen bank money. As they rode westward into the unknown future, Arthur found himself recalling something Hosea had once said during a rare moment of philosophical reflection. Sometimes losing everything is the only way to discover what truly matters. The van der Linde gang was finished. Dutch's dream had crumbled. But from those ruins, something new and potentially better might yet emerge. Not a grand revolution against civilization, but simply good people finding their way toward better lives in a challenging world. And perhaps, Arthur reflected as the rising sun warmed his face, that was the most revolutionary act of all. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of night birds, all flowing uninterrupted. with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.